Hey everyone, tonight we're going somewhere cold, silent and unforgiving. A place where the wind cuts through armour, the stars feel too far away to care, and the ground beneath you might as well be made of ice and stone. We're travelling back to ancient Greece, to the land of Sparta, where comfort was a weakness and the sleep was just another test of strength. Forget the heroic images of red cloaks flowing in slow motion, shields gleaming under the sun, and perfectly choreographed battles. Real Spartan life wasn't a movie. It was a slow grind of endurance, discipline, and quiet suffering. Before we start, get comfortable. Dim the lights, maybe pull your blanket up, and take a slow breath. Because tonight's story will remind you just how soft your pillow really is. If you enjoy this kind of calm, boring history that helps you drift off, make sure to like the video and subscribe. And let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. It's always strange to think that somewhere, someone's listening to this in the middle of the night, maybe wrapped in warmth, while we talk about men who tried to survive without any. Now close your eyes. The year is somewhere around 430 BCE. You're standing on a rocky hillside in the Peloponnesus. The air is sharp, thin, and smells faintly of iron and smoke. Your breath fogs in front of you. The sky above is a hard black dome dotted with cold stars. You're a Spartan, or at least trying to be one. You've been taught not to feel the cold, not to complain, and definitely not to show weakness. Every ache, every shiver, every ounce of discomfort is a chance to prove that you're stronger than nature itself. And tonight, when the temperature drops and the ground freezes beneath your bare feet, you'll learn what it really meant to be a soldier of Sparta. It won't be about glory. There's no cheering crowd, no shining marble city waiting for you when you get home. There's just the discipline of survival, the silent rule that if you can't endure the night, you don't deserve the day. You'll lie on the ground, wrapped in a thin cloak that barely covers your shoulders, your body pressed against the earth that feels like stone. Around you, the other soldiers will do the same. No one speaks, because words don't help. The cold doesn't care about speeches, and your breath is better saved for staying alive. This is where we begin. A world where comfort was considered corruption, and where even sleep was something earned, not taken. So, as you settle in, let the warmth of your bed remind you just how far we've come. Because what we're about to explore isn't just history, it's a reminder of how brutally simple life once was. The night is falling over the Spartan camp, and somewhere in the endless dark, the ground is waiting. You were never meant to be comfortable. In Sparta, comfort was the first thing stripped away, long before you ever held a spear or wore a cloak. From the moment you were born, your life was measured by how much hardship your body could endure. There were no lullabies, no soft blankets, no gentle hands rocking you to sleep. There was an inspection. Naked, wailing and red from the cold, you'd be lifted in front of the elders, old men wrapped in rough wool, their eyes used to judging who would survive and who would not. They didn't look for beauty, only strength. A straight spine, firm muscles, steady breathing. If you looked weak or sickly, your story ended at the edge of a ravine called the apothete. They called it necessity. Others might call it cruelty. Either way, it meant Sparta didn't waste warmth on the fragile. If you were lucky enough to be kept, your life didn't belong to your parents. It belonged to the state. Spartan mothers knew this. They didn't whisper love into their babies' ears. They whispered endurance. Crying was discouraged even before you could understand why. When you shivered, no one rushed to wrap you tighter. The cold was your first lesson. It entered your lungs, stiffened your limbs, and told your small body that warmth was something earned through strength, not given by affection. The men of Sparta believed that softness bred weakness, and weakness bred defeat. So they forged strength the only way they knew how, by letting children suffer just enough to harden, never enough to die. Growing up in Sparta meant waking on straw or on packed dirt, the floor as unforgiving as stone. There were no cradles, no pillows. The sound of morning was not a mother's voice, but the clatter of wooden sandals and the scrape of metal tools from the blacksmith down the road. Food was meagre, often just broth or bread so dense it dulled the teeth. You learned early not to ask for more, because hunger was another teacher. The elders said it sharpened the mind and made the body resilient. They were half right. It also made children smaller, leaner, and constantly ready to fight for what little they had. By the time you could walk, you'd already been taught to stand in the cold without flinching. Winters in the Peloponnesian hills were raw, not the storybook kind of cold with snowflakes and charm, but the kind that seeped into your bones and stayed there. The wind carried grit and salt from the sea, biting the skin until it stung. There were no mittens, no boots, just rough sandals and thin wool cloaks that never quite fit. The adults didn't complain, so the children learned not to either. Complaining was shameful. Shivering was expected, but only if you did it quietly. The first rule of Spartan endurance was silence. The world didn't care how cold you were, and neither did your instructors. When boys reached the age of 7, the real education began. They were taken from their homes and delivered to the agoge, the state-run training system that would shape them into soldiers. Parents didn't resist. Mothers didn't cry in public. It was an honour to give your child to Sparta. The boys didn't know it yet, but what they were really being trained to master was not war. It was discomfort. The agoge taught them to eat little, sleep less, and never depend on warmth. Blankets were luxuries reserved for the sick, and sickness was a sign of weakness. So they slept on reeds gathered from the banks of the Eurotas River, cut by their own hands. Instructors would watch as they lay down in the dirt, shivering under open skies, reminding them that even the ground beneath them was a privilege they hadn't yet earned. Nights were long in Sparta. The air smelled of smoke and sweat, of bodies that rarely bathed and fires that burned low. The boys huddled close, not for warmth, but for survival, each pretending they didn't need it. The sound of teeth chattering was enough to earn punishment. You had to learn to still your body even when your fingers went numb. To fall asleep in cold that gnawed at your skin and stiffened your joints was considered proof of control. It wasn't about comfort. It was about conquering yourself. By adolescence, that control became instinct. Pain wasn't avoided, it was expected. When the cold settled in, the boys didn't seek fires. They endured the frost as a test. Sometimes instructors would extinguish the torches just to watch who trembled first. Those who failed were mocked, forced to stand barefoot on frozen ground while others watched. The lesson was brutal but effective. Fear of ridicule ran deeper than the ache of frostbite. In a city that worshipped discipline, weakness was the only unforgivable sin. The elders often said that a Spartan strength began in the body but was forged in the mind. They believed the cold was a divine sculptor, shaping courage through suffering. When the boys grew older and began military training, they already knew how to ignore their bodies. They had learned to lie still, even as insects bit their skin, to stay calm when hunger twisted their stomachs, to sleep through nights so cold the air itself seemed to crack. Their dreams, when they came at all, were filled with images of endurance. Long marches, empty stomachs, aching limbs, and the silent approval of their teachers. In those dreams, warmth felt like temptation, something that could make you soft again if you allowed it. As they aged, the young Spartans began to believe that hardship was sacred. Comfort became suspicious, a thing that softened the will. Even the act of sleeping was never about rest. It was another test of character. You didn't lie down to relax. You lay down to see how long you could endure the discomfort before sleep claimed you. The body ached against the frozen ground, but the mind was supposed to rise above it. The pain was proof you were still alive, and in Sparta, being alive meant continuing the fight. There were stories told around low fires about men who could sleep standing, who could rest in armour, who could doze through thunder or winter winds. Whether those tales were true or not didn't matter. They were goals to be imitated. A Spartan was meant to be a machine of endurance, unbothered by the elements, untouched by weakness. The greatest shame wasn't death. It was seeking comfort. The cold didn't defeat you. You defeated yourself by letting it matter. In the evenings, when the sun sank behind the Taygetus mountains, the land went silent. The only sounds were the distant howls of wolves and the creak of wood as the cold tightened its grip on the camp. Boys wrapped their thin cloaks tighter around their shoulders, pretending not to feel the sting in their hands. Their instructors walked among them, checking, watching, sometimes smiling when a boy clenched his jaw but refused to move. It wasn't cruelty to them. It was progress. Every shiver resisted was another step toward becoming a soldier. By the time those boys became men, the cold had become a part of them. Their skin grew tougher, their muscles leaner, their minds quieter. They didn't seek warmth anymore, only the satisfaction of knowing they could survive without it. In Sparta, that was the highest comfort of all, the knowledge that you could lie on bare ground, surrounded by frost, and still sleep without complaint. When these men finally marched to war, the world around them barely seemed different. The battlefield was just another training ground, the nights even colder, the food even scarcer. But they had been raised for it, born into a world that told them the only true luxury was endurance. The freezing wind no longer felt like punishment, it was home. And so, when the campaign season began and the army marched north into rougher lands, they carried that same quiet strength with them. No tents, no soft beds, no campfires unless absolutely necessary. Just men who had learned from birth that warmth was a stranger, and sleep was earned only through endurance. The nights would grow colder, the ground harder, but to them it was nothing new. It was exactly how life had always been. The moon hung above the Spartan ranks as they marched, their breath forming brief clouds that vanished into the night air. The ground beneath their feet was turning to frost, the hills ahead dark and silent. Somewhere in that frozen distance they would make camp, if it could even be called that. They would sleep on stone and ice, the same way they had slept as children, without complaint, without warmth, and without fear. The cold didn't make them pause. It reminded them who they were. By the time you were old enough to understand what the word pain really meant, you were already living inside it. The Spartan system called it education, but it was less about knowledge and more about conditioning. It began the day you entered the agode, the long, grueling training that shaped every Spartan boy into something that resembled endurance itself. No ceremony marked your arrival. There was no comfort, no applause, no tearful goodbye. You simply stopped being a child and started being property of the state. Your family ceased to matter, and the cold replaced affection as your constant companion. The agoge was not a school in any sense most people would recognize. There were no desks, no parchment, no classrooms. Lessons were written into your body, not on tablets. They taught through deprivation, hunger, exhaustion, and the kind of silence that made the wind sound loud. Every day followed the same pattern. You woke up before the sun, your breath already visible in the half-dark. The ground beneath you was rough, sometimes damp, and always cold. You didn't have a bed. No one did. Just a layer of reeds or straw, if you were lucky, or the bare dirt if you weren't. The first breath of morning always felt like swallowing ice. The instructor said that was good. It reminded you that you were alive. Breakfast didn't come often, and when it did, it wasn't generous. A small portion of black broth, bread so coarse it scratched the mouth, and nothing more. The hunger wasn't an accident, it was a lesson. They told you to find food however you could. If you stole and weren't caught, you were praised for your cleverness. If you were caught, you were beaten, not for stealing, but for failing to hide it. That was how Sparta taught intelligence, through risk and pain. Even meals were an exercise in endurance. You chewed slowly to trick the body into thinking it had eaten enough, even when the stomach still ached and growled. Training began before your body was ready. You learned to run barefoot on stone paths that shredded your feet until the skin toughened into calluses. You learned to fight with wooden sticks, to wrestle until your muscles trembled, to stand in freezing rivers until your legs went numb. Pain became the language of your education. When the instructor's rod struck your back, you didn't cry out. If you did, the strikes continued until you learned silence. They said the body was weak, but the will was stronger. And if you wanted to be a warrior, you had to let the will command the flesh until they became one. The agoge wasn't just about physical endurance. It was about learning to live without comfort. You were expected to survive with almost nothing. Your clothes were minimal. A single rough tunic, worn summer and winter alike. The material itched constantly. It never truly dried, even when hung near fire. But you weren't allowed to complain, not even in whispers. Warmth was something civilians needed. Spartans didn't. Nights were the hardest. When the training ended and darkness fell, the air cooled so quickly it felt like the world itself was retreating from you. You'd lie on the ground, still trembling from exertion, body sore and stomach empty, the stars watching silently overhead. The instructors didn't give blankets. If you wanted warmth, you found it in endurance. Sometimes you'd wake up to find frost along your cloak, tiny crystals glittering in the faint dawn light. Your fingers stiff, your breath shallow. You'd sit up slowly, forcing your body to move before the cold locked it in place. There was no sympathy, no rest days, no medical attention. If you were hurt, you were expected to heal on your own. Broken fingers, bruises, cuts, all of it was ignored unless it made you unable to stand. Even then, the only treatment was a harsh command to toughen up. The idea was simple. If you could survive training, war would seem almost kind by comparison. There were lessons beyond the physical ones. You were taught obedience, not through words, but through constant observation. The instructors watched everything. If someone moved too slowly, spoke out of turn, or showed hesitation, they were punished. The punishment wasn't meant to hurt. It was meant to humiliate. A slap in front of your peers, forced labour, hours spent standing motionless in the cold. It was the kind of correction that lingered in the mind long after the sting faded from the skin. You learned that fear wasn't an obstacle but a tool. It made you alert. It made you obedient. It made you survive. There were moments when your body reached its limit, when your legs trembled and your chest burned with cold air. But stopping wasn't an option. Stopping meant you'd be noticed, and being noticed rarely ended well. The instructors pushed you until thought disappeared and only motion remained. You ran until your feet bled, climbed until your arms failed, and learned to ignore the shaking in your limbs. At night, when you finally lay down on the ground, it wasn't comfort you felt. It was relief from being allowed to be still, even if the cold pressed against you like a weight. Some of the older boys whispered about how their minds had changed since coming here. In the first few months, they said, you thought constantly about food, about warmth, about home. But over time, those thoughts faded. The hunger stayed, but it became background noise. The cold stayed, but it felt like part of you. The body adjusted, not by becoming stronger in the usual sense, but by learning not to care. That was the true purpose of the agoge, not to make you fearless, but to make you indifferent to fear. To train your body to follow commands, even when everything in it screamed to stop. The instructors encouraged competition, but not in the way modern people imagine it. There were no trophies or recognition. Winning meant surviving the drills without being broken. Losing meant becoming the object of mockery. The Spartans believed ridicule was sharper than any weapon. They said it forged pride into steel. If you wanted to avoid humiliation, you trained harder. You didn't rest, even when others did. You learned to keep moving when your muscles ached and your lungs burned. Because if you didn't, someone else would, and you'd be reminded of it endlessly. The days bled together in the agoge. There was no concept of weekends, no leisure. Time was measured by tasks, running, fighting, enduring, eating, sleeping. Even sleep wasn't truly restful. You were trained to wake instantly, to be alert at the slightest noise, to rise without complaint. The cold nights reinforced that habit. The body learned to stay half aware, never sinking fully into dreams. That way, when an instructor's voice broke through the dark, or a command echoed across the camp, you were already halfway upright. It was another kind of conditioning, one that blurred the line between rest and readiness. And not every boy made it through the years of the agoge. Illness, injury, or simple exhaustion could end your training early. Those who failed weren't mourned. They were dismissed, forgotten, considered proof that Sparta's system worked by removing the weak. The survivors carried their endurance like armour. Even as teenagers, they moved with a quiet confidence, a stillness that came from having been tested every day. Their hands were calloused, their skin roughened by sun and frost alike. When they spoke, it was brief and direct. Words were considered wasteful, like warmth or comfort. Once in a while, during the rare quiet moments between drills, you might catch sight of the instructors themselves. Older men, scarred and severe, sitting by the edge of the training ground. They didn't smile often. When they did, it wasn't kind. It was approval. They were what you were being shaped to become. Men whose faces didn't change in pain, whose voices stayed steady even in the coldest wind. The students studied them the way others studied gods, not for compassion but for example. The message was simple and clear. This is what endurance looks like, and there is no other way. When winter came, the agoge didn't slow down. The lessons only grew harsher. You trained shirtless in the cold air, skin turning red and raw, steam rising from your breath. The instructor said the cold was a gift, that it made warriors faster and more alive. You learned to believe it, because believing made it easier to bear. Frost gathered along your hair in the mornings, and the ground froze beneath your bare feet. You ran anyway. The sound of sandals slapping against the earth echoed through the hills. The wind burned the lungs, but stopping was worse. Every exhale felt like surrender, and surrender wasn't allowed. At night, there was no escape. The fires burned low, sometimes on purpose. The older boys were responsible for maintaining them, but they often let the flames die to test the younger ones. You huddled in the dark, cloak wrapped tight, listening to the quiet shuffle of bodies, trying not to shiver. The stars overhead were bright, but offered no comfort. You could hear the faint crack of branches as the cold tightened them, the slow breathing of those around you, the faint groan of someone shifting in pain but refusing to speak. You lay still, letting the ground press against you, telling yourself that sleep would come eventually. When it did, it was shallow, filled with dreams of running, fighting, and the endless rhythm of endurance. The agog lasted years. By the time you were done, you no longer thought of comfort as something you'd lost. You thought of it as something unnecessary. The hunger, the cold, the pain, all of it had become familiar. You didn't seek to escape them anymore. You carried them with you like invisible companions. And when the day came that you were handed a real spear and a shield, you already knew how to survive a night on frozen ground. Because you'd been sleeping on it since you were a boy, waiting for the moment when endurance would become your only blanket. The next time you lay down beneath an open sky, with frost clinging to your tunic, and the earth hard beneath your shoulders, there would be no surprise, no discomfort, just another night in a long chain of them. The cold didn't test you anymore. It reminded you that you were ready for whatever came next. By the time the days of structured drills and endless shouting gave way to night, the world around you felt stripped bare. The training fields turned quiet except for the wind scraping through the reeds by the river. The fires were small, not because wood was scarce, but because warmth was a privilege. The instructors believed darkness taught lessons that daylight couldn't, and the nights were when those lessons truly began. You'd walk to your sleeping place, a patch of ground that looked no different from the rest of the dirt-covered plain, and you'd lower yourself slowly onto it. There was no mat, no cushion, nothing between your body and the earth except your thin cloak. The ground was hard, sometimes damp, sometimes frozen, and always cold enough to make your breath visible. That first contact, the sudden chill that crept into your bones, was the beginning of your education in endurance. You learned quickly that comfort was an illusion. The first few nights, your body fought it. The muscles refused to relax, the joints ached, and the skin itched from the coarse tunic rubbing against it. You'd shift, trying to find a position that made the cold more tolerable, but there wasn't one. Every inch of the ground seemed to press into you, reminding you that softness didn't exist here. Eventually, exhaustion did what comfort couldn't. Your body gave up its resistance, not because it stopped hurting, but because the will grew tired of caring. That was the real lesson, the understanding that you could outlast pain simply by refusing to acknowledge it. The instructors would sometimes walk through the camp after dark, their torches flickering like slow-moving stars. You could hear the crunch of gravel under their feet as they inspected the rows of boys lying on the ground. If they saw movement, they'd stop. A sharp command would follow, telling you to lie still, to stop fidgeting, to remember that a Spartan was supposed to be as motionless as the statues that lined the city's temples. Sleep, they said, was a tool. It was not meant for pleasure. It was meant for recovery. Rest was just preparation for the next day's struggle. The ground itself became part of the training. In summer, it was baked by the sun until it burned your skin. In winter, it froze solid, and the chill crept through your cloak like a living thing. You learned the texture of the earth in every season, the grit of sand, the damp of clay, the sting of frost. Over time, those sensations lost their sting. The body adapted in small ways. The skin thickened, the blood moved faster. The muscles learned to draw heat from within instead of waiting for it from outside. Lying on bare earth became routine, just another part of the day. No different than running or fighting or eating the same tasteless broth. The discomfort never disappeared, but it stopped feeling special. There were no walls to protect you from the elements. The camp was open, exposed. The wind swept through without resistance, and the stars looked down coldly, indifferent to the shivering figures below. You could hear the wind moving through the hills, carrying with it the scent of smoke, salt, and sometimes the faint metallic tang of blood from training injuries. Every noise carried. The low hum of conversation would fade as the night deepened. Then there was nothing, just the slow, steady sound of breathing and the occasional cough breaking the silence. It wasn't peaceful, not in the modern sense, but it had its own rhythm, one that drilled itself into you over the years. Sometimes the instructors would test you even in your sleep. A sudden shout in the night, a cold splash of water across the face, a sharp kick to the ribs to see who woke quickly. You learned to sleep lightly, half aware, always ready to spring up at a command. True rest didn't exist in the Agog. The mind stayed alert even as the body drifted. You'd dream of movement, of running, of training, of endless repetition. The dreams felt the same as the waking world, only quieter. Even in sleep, you couldn't escape the feeling that you were being watched, judged, measured by how still you remained under the cold sky. There were no personal belongings to give comfort, no blankets passed down, no sentimental items to hold. Possession itself was discouraged. Everything you had was temporary, borrowed, or shared. The boys sometimes whispered stories of home, of the beds they'd slept in as small children before being taken to the agoge, of the warmth of a mother's arms or the sound of crackling fire. But those conversations were rare, risky, and quickly silenced if overheard. Nostalgia was a weakness, and the instructors treated it like a disease. The past was a luxury, the present was survival. During the colder months, frost would form across your cloak before dawn. Sometimes you'd wake to see your own breath frozen into tiny crystals along the fabric. You'd brush them off slowly, feeling how stiff the wool had become, and stand, joints creaking like old wood. Your fingers would be numb, your face raw from the cold air, but you'd move anyway. The first boy to hesitate each morning was noticed. The instructors had a way of seeing weakness even when you tried to hide it. A stumble, a pause, a sigh, small things that cost you dearly. Occasionally, the older boys would pass down tricks for surviving the nights. One might tell you to gather a handful of reeds to lie on instead of dirt to keep the moisture from seeping in. Another might suggest pressing closer to your neighbours for warmth, though no one admitted doing it. The idea of seeking comfort, even from each other, carried shame. Still, instinct sometimes won out. You'd feel the faint heat of another body nearby, the rhythm of another's breath, and the cold would fade just enough to allow a few moments of rest. It wasn't friendship, it was necessity. The earth itself became a kind of teacher. You began to notice how it changed from day to day. Some nights it was soft from rain, some nights dry and cracked, some nights so frozen it felt like lying on metal. The smell of soil mixed with sweat and smoke became familiar, even comforting in its own harsh way. You could feel the heartbeat of Sparta in it, the same ground that generations before you had endured, the same earth that would bury countless soldiers after campaigns. Every night you spent lying on it was another small victory against the weakness you were told to despise. The instructors sometimes reminded you that true warriors didn't fear nature. They said the gods tested men through the elements: heat, cold, hunger, and exhaustion. To yield to them was to show unworthiness. So you learned not just to tolerate the cold earth, but to claim it as proof of strength. When you lay down, you didn't think of the ground as your enemy. You thought of it as something that shaped you, something that would one day carry your weight in armour, shield and spear. It was training for war, but it was also training for life. When storms rolled in, you didn't move indoors. You stayed where you were. Rain soaked the cloaks until they clung to the skin. Mud replaced the hard dirt, and sleeping meant sinking into it, the wetness creeping up your back. The instructors never offered shelter. If lightning cracked across the sky, you were told to ignore it. If water pooled under your body, you let it. The next morning you'd rise stiff and filthy, covered in streaks of dirt, your cloak heavy and cold, and go about your duties as if nothing had happened. The body grew accustomed to it. Illness was common, but rarely treated. You learned to work through fevers, coughs and chills. If you could stand, you trained. If you couldn't, you hid it until you could again. The repetition of these nights carved something into you that words couldn't describe. The discomfort became routine, the cold became familiar, and sleep itself turned into a skill, something practiced, refined, mastered. You could lie still for hours, muscles tense, heartbeat steady, while the world around you froze. The boys who survived long enough began to lose the instinct to seek warmth. Their faces hardened, their voices grew quieter, and their eyes carried the dull calm of people who no longer fought their own suffering. That calm was the real mark of success in the Agoge. Years later, when you stood among soldiers preparing for war, the habit of lying on cold ground remained. The body didn't flinch when the temperature dropped, or when the frost crept into the edges of your cloak. You'd seen the worst of it before you ever picked up a weapon. The nights in childhood had already burned out any expectation of comfort. You knew how to rest on bare earth without complaint, to sleep lightly, to wake quickly, to move without hesitation. The lessons had taken root so deeply that even decades later, long after the Agoge, they never left you. The men who had once been those boys carried that same stillness wherever they went. In battle camps, they slept the same way they had as children, on the dirt, under open skies, unbothered by the elements. Younger soldiers from other cities marvelled at it. They couldn't understand how Spartans could sleep without tents, without fires, without showing even a flicker of discomfort. But to the men of Sparta, it was simply what they had always done. There was no difference between the nights of training and the nights of war. Both were cold. Both were tests. Both were endured in silence. And so those childhood nights on the bare earth became the quiet foundation of everything that came after. The lesson wasn't just how to survive without warmth. It was how to exist without needing it. The body learned obedience through stillness, and the mind learned control through discomfort. The ground had taught more than any instructor could. It had shaped them into men who no longer separated pain from purpose. When the next campaign began, and the Spartan army marched into lands colder than their own, the ground felt familiar under their feet. They would lie down in armour, heads resting on shields, eyes half open to the sky. The cold would bite, the wind would howl, but no one would complain. They'd been doing it since boyhood. Endurance was not something they performed. It was who they were. You were told from the beginning that warmth was a luxury for weaker men. In Sparta, the body wasn't meant to be protected from discomfort. It was meant to rise above it. Every lesson in your youth, every cold night spent on the ground, every meal that left your stomach empty, all of it had the same purpose: to separate you from dependence, to erase the line between suffering and strength until they became the same thing. Discipline wasn't something you practiced. It was something that swallowed you whole. You learned it the way other people learned language. It was in the way you moved, the way you ate, the way you breathed. When you woke in the morning, there was no moment of hesitation. The air could be sharp enough to sting your lungs, the frost still visible on the edges of your cloak, but you moved without thought. Hesitation was worse than cold. The instructors had drilled that truth into you for years. A man who paused was a man who doubted. A man who doubted was already defeated. So you rose, even when the joints in your knees ached and your fingers refused to close fully. The cold wasn't an excuse. It was a test. And you were never exempt from tests. Discipline was everywhere in Sparta. It was in the way you spoke, short, precise, never wasting words. It was in the way you stood, spine straight even when tired. It was in the way you endured punishment without flinching, and in the way you shared silence with the men beside you without needing comfort. Every gesture, every habit was a rehearsal for the battlefield. The elders said that discipline was what separated the Spartans from the rest of Greece. Other cities built walls to protect themselves. Sparta built men, and men didn't need walls. That belief reached into everything, even sleep. To rest was not to relax. It was to maintain control while still. You didn't sprawl, didn't fidget, didn't turn away from the cold. The cloak you wrapped around yourself was thin, barely enough to cover the shoulders, but it was enough. The warmth had to come from within. You could feel the difference between the men who believed that and those who only pretended. The pretenders shifted in their sleep, muttered under their breath, or curled inward when the wind blew through the camp. The true Spartan stayed still, eyes closed, muscles calm, their breath even and slow. It wasn't about comfort. It was about victory over the self. You were taught that the mind ruled everything. The body could freeze, blister, or bleed, but the mind was the commander. A weak body with a strong mind was still valuable. A strong body with a weak mind was worthless. So you train the mind as fiercely as the flesh. When the cold bit at your skin, you imagined yourself separate from it. When hunger twisted your stomach, you told yourself it didn't matter. You learned to control thought itself, to direct it away from suffering and toward discipline. The instructors would sometimes whisper a phrase: the body obeys the mind, and the mind obeys Sparta. It was a mantra repeated so often that it became a kind of truth. The older you grew, the less you thought about comfort at all. It stopped being something you missed and became something you distrusted. When travelling to other cities, you'd see how outsiders lived. Their soft beds, their heavy cloaks, their fires burning high through the night. To them, it was normal. To you, it looked like decay. You'd see men warming their hands, sipping wine, laughing while seated near flames, and it would seem strange, even wrong. In your mind, warmth was no longer safety. It was surrender. Discipline meant standing apart from that. It meant choosing hardship not because it was pleasant, but because it made you unshakable. The instructors often reminded you that the enemy would never pity you. They would never offer warmth, never give comfort. If you wanted to survive, you had to become immune to those needs. That mindset was drilled into every Spartan soldier, from the youngest boy to the oldest veteran. There were no rewards for endurance. It was simply the baseline expectation. You didn't endure to prove something. You endured because that was what being alive meant. In the barracks, everything was ordered with purpose. The weapons were lined up perfectly, the shields polished until they reflected the torchlight. The beds, if they could even be called that, were uniform piles of reeds, each arranged the same way, with no distinction between one man and another. The instructors would inspect them, not to ensure comfort, but to ensure discipline. A misplaced cloak or untidy corner meant a beating, not because it mattered materially, but because order itself was sacred. A man who could maintain order in small things could maintain it in chaos. That was how discipline translated into survival. The mental control extended even to how you responded to pain. In Sparta, pain was treated like noise. You learned to quiet it, to make it fade into the background, until it became nothing more than a dull echo. When you were struck during training, you didn't flinch. You stared ahead, jaw tight, breath steady. The first time you failed to do that, you remembered it for days. The sting of the whip, the look of disappointment in your instructor's eyes, the laughter of the others. The second time, you made sure it didn't happen again. Eventually, the reflex died. Pain came, but it no longer commanded a response. It became another part of you, something you acknowledged but no longer obeyed. Even your emotions were trained into obedience. Fear, anger, sadness. None of it was erased, but all of it was contained. You learned not to let emotion show on your face. The instructors said that a Spartan's expression should be as steady as the mountains. If your comrade fell beside you, you didn't cry. If you failed, you didn't show frustration. If you succeeded, you didn't smile. Emotion was noise, and noise distracted from duty. The silence of control was louder than any outburst. Over time, even laughter became strange to you. You heard it from outsiders sometimes, sharp and bright like something fragile. In Sparta, laughter existed, but only among equals, and even then it was brief, restrained, and without warmth. That same mindset carried into how you faced the elements. Winter was never an enemy. It was an ally in training. The cold stripped away weakness, tested resolve, revealed character. The instructors would say, the wind is the same for everyone, but only the strong call it a friend. So when the frost bit, when your hand shook, you didn't curse the weather. You thanked it silently for sharpening you. You accepted the chill as something earned, something honest. The body trembled, but the mind stayed still. There were rituals of discipline that seemed meaningless to outsiders. Standing in the river at dawn while reciting your vows of loyalty. Running barefoot across the frozen fields to fetch water. Eating meals in silence. Never lifting your gaze from the bowl. Each act was a small declaration that comfort had no hold over you. It was how Sparta carved the individual into something collective. The city didn't want men who thought of themselves. It wanted parts of a machine, perfectly obedient and perfectly indifferent to suffering. The system didn't care if you liked it. It only cared that you never stopped following it. The greatest proof of discipline wasn't shown in battle. It was shown in stillness. The ability to stand unmoving for hours during inspection, to remain calm when insulted, to lie awake in the cold and feel nothing but patience. Those were the true marks of control. The Spartans didn't see endurance as punishment. They saw it as power. Every moment you denied yourself something, you gained something else. Command over the body, mastery over desire, immunity to weakness. At times, that control felt like emptiness. When you looked at the faces of the men around you, they all carried the same still expression. It wasn't joyless, but it wasn't lively either. It was focus without end. You could sense the same calm running through the entire camp, a kind of quiet hum beneath the surface. No one needed to be told what to do. Commands didn't need shouting. A glance was enough. Everyone moved with the same rhythm, driven by the same unspoken rule. Discipline first, everything else after. There were moments in the dead of night when the silence pressed too heavily on you. You'd lie on the cold ground, staring at the stars, wondering if the gods ever felt warmth, if they looked down and saw how men lived here. Bare, breath visible, muscles tense from constant vigilance. You'd think about how other cities lived differently, and for a brief instant, curiosity would flicker, but the thought never lasted. The cold reminded you where you were. The body stiffened, the mind steadied, and the question faded like breath in the wind. Discipline didn't leave room for longing. It filled every space. You were told that discipline was what made a Spartan immortal. Strength faded, skill could falter, but control endured. Even in death, they said, the body of a disciplined man fell with order. Shield in front, face forward, never running, never curled away from the blow. The instructors used to remind you that courage without discipline was chaos, and comfort without courage was death. That was the hierarchy Sparta lived by. When the army prepared for campaign, this mindset showed in every motion. The men moved quietly, efficiently. No one scrambled to pack. No one complained about the weight of armour or the bite of wind. You carried what little you had without comment, each motion precise. The cold mornings before departure were always the same. The sound of sandals crunching on frost, the sight of breath misting in the air, the feel of the ground stiff beneath your feet. The city behind you would fade into the grey light, and ahead only the road and the unknown waited. Yet there was no hesitation, no visible excitement or dread. You moved because it was time to move. That was all. Discipline was not glory. It was not pride. It was the simple, relentless refusal to yield. The warmth you gave up had been replaced by control so deep it no longer felt like a choice. The body no longer asked for comfort. It obeyed. The mind no longer questioned the cold. It accepted. And together they carried you forward, toward campaigns where the nights would freeze, the ground would harden, and the only warmth you would find was the steady fire of your own will. When the order came to prepare for campaign, there was no rush of excitement, no talk of glory, no songs or farewells. It was just another command, delivered in the same calm voice that gave every other instruction. You didn't need to ask what to bring. You already knew. The men of Sparta didn't pack the way other armies did. They didn't gather comforts or spare clothes or food for the road. They gathered necessity, and necessity alone. Everything you carried had a purpose, and anything that didn't was weakness disguised as weight. The morning you left was cold, always cold. The kind of chill that made the skin tighten across your shoulders and filled your lungs with air so sharp it almost burned. You'd wake before dawn, as usual, and find the camp already moving. Shadows shifting, armour clinking quietly, and the faint glow of a few fires reduced to embers. There was no chatter, no laughter, no lingering. The silence of discipline spread across the men like fog. You moved through it without thought, each motion practiced and spare. Your cloak was the same one you'd worn for years, thick enough to keep the wind from cutting through completely, but never enough to make you warm. The edges were frayed, the wool stiff with age and sweat, but it was still yours. You tied it tightly across your chest, not for comfort, but for function. It doubled as a blanket, a shield against dust, sometimes a pillow, sometimes a shroud. A Spartan could use his cloak for anything. That was part of the training. Learn to survive with the least. The rest of what you carried fit into a single bundle, bound with leather cords. Inside were the essentials: your spear, your shield, a small knife, a few strips of dried meat, and a piece of bread baked hard enough to last weeks. A single cup, carved from wood, served for drinking, eating, and measuring. You brought no bedding, no change of clothes, no personal keepsakes. Such things had no place on campaign. Comfort slowed movement, and sentiment was unnecessary weight. The men joked, rarely and quietly, that the only thing heavier than extra gear was regret. The instructors had spent years teaching you how to travel light. You could break camp in silence within minutes, leaving nothing behind but footprints. Fires were left to die naturally, tents never used, sleeping places smoothed flat. Efficiency wasn't just habit, it was survival. In battle, every second mattered, and every ounce of strength wasted on carrying comfort could cost a life. You learned to see travel not as hardship, but as routine. The road was just an extension of training, and the cold was a familiar companion. When the march began, the ground crunched beneath your feet, frozen and uneven. The line of soldiers moved like a living thing, hundreds of cloaked figures stepping in rhythm. The sound of their sandals striking earth was steady, almost mechanical. The air smelled of iron, leather, and sweat. Frost clung to the tips of the spears, glittering faintly in the early light. You didn't speak. No one did. There was no need. The silence was its own kind of communication, an unbroken understanding that every man beside you shared the same purpose. The younger soldiers sometimes struggled under the weight of their shields. The aspis was heavy, round, and broad enough to cover the torso from chin to knee. It wasn't elegant, but it was life itself. The shield wasn't just protection, it was identity. You could lose your weapon and live, but lose your shield, and you'd be shamed forever. The elder's words echoed through your head as you walked. Come back with it, or on it. You adjusted the strap against your forearm, feeling its weight settle evenly across your back. It was familiar, almost comforting in its solidity. You marched for hours before the first break, and even then, rest was short. There were no meals prepared along the way, no wagons carrying supplies. The Spartans didn't rely on supply lines. They lived off what they carried and what they could take. When you stopped, you ate in silence. Small bites of meat, hard bread softened briefly in water, a sip of diluted wine. The food wasn't meant to satisfy, only to sustain. Hunger was constant, but hunger was expected. It sharpened the senses, the instructors said, kept the mind alert. At night, when the column finally halted, there was no building of camp. No tents appeared, no fires rose. You found a patch of ground, cleared away rocks with your foot, and sat down. The cloak came off your shoulders and around your body. That was your shelter. The stars above were your ceiling, the cold air your blanket. The men lay close but didn't speak. The quiet was total, broken only by the faint sounds of armour settling, or the wind moving through the grass. The ground was hard and unyielding, but after years of training, it felt familiar. The same lessons learned as boys carried over seamlessly into the field. Sleep was just another form of obedience. Sometimes the temperature dropped so low that the breath froze in the air. The men would wake in the middle of the night to find frost coating their cloaks, hair stiff with ice. No one complained. They simply brushed it away, shifted slightly, and returned to stillness. Complaining wouldn't make the cold leave, and no one wanted to be the one who broke the silence. The instructors were gone now, but the discipline they'd built was absolute. The habits of the agoge had followed you here, as natural as breathing. Other armies envied the Spartans for their resilience. Stories spread through Greece about soldiers who marched barefoot through snow, who needed no fires, who slept in armour. Some of those tales were exaggerated, but not by much. The truth was simple. You didn't need comfort because you had never learned to rely on it. While other men struggled to light torches or shivered in their tents, the Spartans were already asleep. Faces expressionless, bodies wrapped in thin wool, shields laid beside them like loyal dogs. The cold that others feared was your oldest teacher. The act of packing almost nothing wasn't a boast. It was philosophy in motion. The absence of possessions was proof of control. To own less was to depend less, and to depend less was to fear less. The fewer things that could be taken from you, the harder you were to break. You had nothing that could be stolen, nothing that could burn, nothing that could rot in the rain. You carried only what you were: muscle, discipline, and will. The body was the true armour, and the mind was the true fortress. Occasionally, you'd pass through villages on the way to battle. The locals would watch from a distance, staring at the line of men moving like shadows against the land. They saw the dust, the red cloaks, the rhythm of disciplined steps, and they whispered. Some pitied the Spartans, thinking them joyless, deprived of the pleasures that made life sweet. Others admired them, mistaking endurance for invincibility, but the truth was simpler. You didn't think about how others saw you. You thought about the march, the next meal, the next night's rest. The rest of the world's softness existed somewhere beyond your reach, and you no longer cared to touch it. As days passed, the burdens that outsiders would call hardships became routine. The cloak became part of your skin. The rough bread tasted familiar. The nights of freezing wind and hard earth were no longer obstacles but reminders. Every time the wind stung your face, you thought of the instructor's lessons. Every time hunger twisted your stomach, you remembered the rule that discipline was stronger than need. Every step you took felt like an echo of all the steps you had taken since boyhood. Forward, steady, unyielding. The long marches forged silence deeper into you. You began to recognize the sound of discipline, the quiet synchronization of hundreds of men breathing, marching, living as one. The noise of the world fell away. The only sounds that mattered were the rustle of cloaks, the click of spearheads brushing against armour, the steady rhythm of footsteps on stone and soil. That rhythm became almost soothing. It was the heartbeat of Sparta carried across the land. At dusk, the army would stop again, never in the same place twice. The men formed lines, shields to the ground, cloaks over shoulders, and settled in. There was no need for orders. Everyone already knew what to do. You'd lower yourself slowly, testing the ground with your hands, feeling the cold bite your palm. It was always the same, unforgiving, solid, indifferent. You'd sit for a while before lying down, waiting for your heartbeat to slow from the day's march. The stars would emerge one by one, and the night air would grow sharper. There were no fires to gather around, no songs to ease the fatigue. The only warmth came from the memory of movement and the quiet satisfaction of still being alive. You didn't think about home or family. The city was far behind you now, its marble temples and dusty streets distant and unreal. Out here, the world was stripped down to the essentials: breath, cold, and the faint heat that lingered beneath the ribs. The officers moved among the men before sleeping, checking for order, for readiness. They didn't speak often. A nod here, a glance there, a reminder that vigilance never ended. Even resting, the army remained alert. You learned to drift into sleep without losing awareness, to listen for footsteps or commands even in dreams. That habit had been carved into you years ago, during the nights of childhood when the instructors tested your readiness. Now it served its purpose. Sometimes the cold grew so deep that it seemed to seep into the bones, numbing the fingers, stiffening the face. But the body adapted, as it always had. You learned small tricks to keep the blood moving, a subtle flex of the hand, a shift of the shoulders under the cloak, the careful rhythm of breathing through the nose. The body became its own furnace, burning slow and steady through sheer will. You told yourself that warmth didn't come from outside, and after a while, you began to believe it. The march would resume at first light. You'd stand, shake off the frost, tighten the cloak, and pick up the shield. The cloak's inner side would still be damp from breath and condensation, but it didn't matter. You'd march again, eyes fixed forward, feet finding rhythm without command. The discipline didn't falter with fatigue, it deepened. Each mile was proof that the body could obey endlessly. Other armies carried wagons of supplies, barrels of grain, tents, tools and blankets. The Spartans carried nothing but what fit in their hands. It made them faster, quieter, harder to track. When enemies pursued, they found no campfires to follow, no discarded gear, no sign of rest. Just the faint imprint of sandals on the frozen ground, and the memory of a disciplined silence moving through the night. That simplicity defined every Spartan campaign. There was no waste, no excess, no hesitation. You learned to trust that the man beside you had prepared exactly as you had. No one needed to ask if another had enough food or warmth. You all had the same, just enough to survive, never enough to soften. The act of packing almost nothing wasn't a sign of poverty. It was proof of control. You owned what you could carry, and you could carry what you needed to live. The rest was irrelevant. When the cold nights came, and the army stopped once more on some distant ridge, you lay down without thought. The ground was frozen, the stars unmoved, the breath of hundreds of men rising together in the dark. There was no comfort, but there was order, and in Sparta, order was warmth enough. The season always turned faster than you expected. One day the hills were still brown and dry beneath the sun, and the next, frost began to cling to them like thin silver cloth. The air grew thinner, sharper. Each breath carried a taste of iron. You felt it in your chest when you woke before dawn, the slow burn that came from drawing in cold air too quickly. The army was already awake, silhouettes moving through the mist, pulling cloaks tighter, checking straps on shields. No one complained. There was no room for that. You simply adjusted and marched. Winter was not a surprise to Spartans. It was another form of training. The instructors used to say that the gods favoured men who didn't fear the seasons. So when the wind came down from the mountains and the nights began to stretch, the march didn't stop. The colder it became, the more determined the army grew. Every soldier moved with the same rhythm, the same restraint. The sound of sandals crunching on frost-hardened ground was the heartbeat of the column. The landscape changed as the army moved north. The olive groves thinned, replaced by stone and scrub. Streams froze at the edges, their surfaces slick and glassy in the morning light. When you bent to drink, the water bit the skin like knives. The cloak around your shoulders was heavy with frost, but it still served its purpose, to keep the wind from cutting straight through the chest. You learned small movements to keep the blood flowing, a flex of fingers, a shift of weight from one leg to another, little rituals of survival that no one mentioned aloud. Each day began in the same silence. The first command would come at dawn, a single word, soft but unmistakable. Then the column moved forward, spears angled slightly toward the ground, shields slung across backs. The pace was steady, neither fast nor slow, designed to last. You could feel the rhythm in your body after a while, like walking inside a drumbeat. The mind stopped thinking about distance. The legs simply carried you. The cold changed the way the world sounded. Voices didn't travel far. The crack of branches, the hiss of breath, the dull thud of feet. Each sound seemed closer, more personal. When the wind blew, it carried sand and bits of ice that stung the face. You didn't turn away. You just lowered your chin and kept going. The men around you did the same, eyes fixed ahead. No one looked at the horizon, because the horizon never changed. Marching in winter wasn't about reaching a destination. It was about proving you could keep moving without one. The officers said little. Their commands were gestures now. A raised hand, a nod, a short wave. Words froze quickly in the cold air. Communication didn't need sound. It needed understanding. Every soldier already knew what to do. When the column veered left, you followed. When it slowed, you matched pace. Discipline replaced conversation. By midday, the light grew pale and weak. The sun hovered low, never warming the skin. Sweat cooled fast beneath the cloak, turning damp wool into ice. You learned to ignore the chill crawling down your spine. The body always found a way to adjust, just slowly enough to keep you alive. You could feel your heartbeat under the layers of cloth and leather, steady, mechanical. That rhythm mattered more than warmth. When you stopped to eat, there was no gathering, no sitting in circles. You stood where you were, broke off a piece of bread, chewed slowly, swallowed. The bread was dry, nearly flavourless. The meat was hard and thin. But you didn't eat for taste, you ate for motion. Each mouthful was fuel for another hour of walking. Hunger was constant but manageable. It made you lighter, sharper. The cold dulled appetite anyway. In the distance the land began to rise. Hills folded into each other, their slopes dusted with white. The path narrowed, forcing the column to snake through rocky passes. The sound of armour against stone echoed softly, like distant thunder. Somewhere high above, you could hear ravens. The officers didn't look up. They never did. The world above the ground didn't concern them. What mattered was the line, the perfect, unbroken movement of men who didn't stop. When evening came, the light faded quickly. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and the temperature dropped with every step. The moment the sun slipped below the hills, you could feel the air change, as if the world had exhaled and left only cold behind. That was when the march became harder. The legs stiffened, the breath burned, the fingers ached. But stopping wasn't a choice until the signal came. You could see frost forming on the back of the man in front of you, catching the last of the daylight before darkness swallowed it. The order to halt was quiet, almost gentle. You stopped where you were, shield down, cloak drawn closer. The men around you did the same. There was no setting up of tents, no unpacking. You simply lowered yourself to the ground and stayed still. The warmth of movement faded quickly. The body cooled, and the trembling began. You ignored it. Shivering was just another motion to control. The ground was frozen hard enough to dull sensation. You could feel its texture through the thin layer of your cloak. Small stones pressed against your ribs and shoulders, but you didn't shift to find comfort. The instructors had warned against that. Movement wasted heat. You lay still, arms folded under the cloak, eyes open to the sky. Above, the stars burned bright, cold and indifferent. The same stars you had seen since childhood. The same stars that watched every Spartan test himself against the world. Sleep came slowly. The body resisted it, confused by cold and exhaustion. You learned to let it happen gradually, not fighting, not chasing. Somewhere nearby, a man coughed softly, the sound disappearing into the dark. Another shifted, metal scraping faintly. The rest was silence. An endless, deep silence, broken only by the wind. The kind of quiet that could feel like a weight pressing down on your chest. But you were used to that. The silence of winter was the same silence that had always trained you. When morning arrived, there was no sense of waking. You simply opened your eyes. The world looked the same, only paler. The breath of the men around you rose in small clouds that caught the light of dawn. Frost coated every surface, the shields, the cloaks, even the edges of hair. You brushed it away without thought and stood. The joints cracked, the muscles resisted, but movement came back eventually. The first few steps were always stiff. Then the rhythm returned, and the march began again. The officers didn't speak about the cold. They didn't need to. It was understood that complaining would have been like complaining about gravity. The cold was simply the condition of the world, something to move through, not around. You watched the older men, veterans who had done this a dozen times before, and they moved the same way as the rest, slow, deliberate, patient. The younger soldiers looked to them for proof that endurance was possible. Seeing them walk without faltering was enough to silence any doubt. The march carried on through valleys where the wind whistled like metal strings, and across plains where the snow lay shallow but biting. You could feel it through the sandals, through the soles of your feet. The numbness crept upward, but numbness was easier to bear than pain. You learned to welcome it. The body, once frozen, stopped complaining. It simply obeyed. At night, when the army stopped again, the ground would be even harder, the frost thicker. Sometimes ice formed on your beard and stayed there until morning. The breath of hundreds of men mixed with the smoke of small fires. Few, distant, and only for cooking. The glow of those flames painted faint circles of orange against the dark, but most of the camp remained in shadow. You preferred it that way. Firelight drew attention. Cold kept you hidden. There was a strange peace in those nights. The stillness of the air, the slow rise and fall of sleeping bodies, the muted creak of armour, it all blended into something familiar. You realised then that this was what all the years of training had prepared you for. The cold no longer felt like punishment. It felt like home. Night came quickly in the open country. There were no city walls to break the wind, no torches to paint the distance with colour. The horizon dissolved into shadow, and the world shrank to the sound of breathing and the faint creak of armour. When the signal came to stop, you did so without hesitation. There was no tent to raise, no camp to build. You carried no shelter because you were your own. The instructors had told you since boyhood that a Spartan needed nothing but discipline to survive the night. And here, beneath a sky filled with unfeeling stars, you began to understand what they meant. The first thing you learned was to make peace with the ground. It didn't change for you, didn't yield to your weight or forgive your fatigue. The surface was uneven, scattered with stones and brittle grass, sometimes frozen hard as bronze, sometimes soaked with melted frost. You didn't clear it. You simply lowered yourself onto it and let your body adjust. The earth was cold, but you'd been colder. The trick was not to resist it. The more you fought the cold, the sharper it became. If you lay still long enough, the body stopped caring. The skin numbed, the joints quieted, and the earth became just another thing to share your silence with. The men settled around you in long, uneven rows, shapes barely visible in the dim light. There were no fires except for a few small cooking flames, kept low and shielded from the wind. Light drew attention, and warmth was indulgence. The officers had made that clear. The darkness was safer. It kept the army invisible, swallowed sound, and reminded everyone that comfort belonged to other people. So you sat in the dark, cloak drawn tight around your shoulders, the edges stiff from dried sweat and frost. The air tasted metallic, the kind of cold that bit at the tongue when you breathed through your mouth. The stars above seemed close enough to touch, but they offered nothing. They were sharp, white points in a black sky, steady and merciless. You stared at them because there was nowhere else to look. There were no walls, no lamps, no boundaries to the world, only distance. The sky felt endless, but you didn't think about it. You had learned long ago that thoughts led to longing, and longing led to weakness. You focused instead on what you could control: the breath, the posture, the stillness. Sleep didn't come easily on nights like this. The body wasn't built for stillness in cold air, and the mind refused to quiet completely. You lay with your shield beside you, arm through the strap, fingers curled around the edge. The shield was your warmth, your safety, your companion. The metal was cold, but its weight was reassuring. It anchored you to the ground, reminded you that you still had purpose even here, even now. The men around you lay the same way, shields close, spears within reach. It wasn't superstition, it was habit. You didn't sleep as civilians did. You rested like someone waiting for a command. Every sound meant something. The whisper of wind against the reeds, the crack of ice beneath a shifting foot, the distant howl of an animal. All of it filtered through the stillness. You didn't startle. You listened. The Agog had trained you for that. Awareness was as natural as breathing. If danger came, you would rise without hesitation. But most nights, there was no danger. Only the long, slow rhythm of an army asleep, but not resting. The cold worked its way into everything. It crept beneath the cloak, found the gaps in armour, settled in the hollows of the body. Your breath rose in small white clouds, breaking apart before they reached your eyes. Sometimes you'd wake and see frost forming along your forearm, thin and delicate. You'd brush it away gently, not because it bothered you, but because movement proved you were still here. The men who didn't move were the ones to worry about. You've seen it before. Someone lying too still, the cold sinking too deep. In the morning he wouldn't rise. It happened quietly, without drama. The body just stopped, the silence deepening around it. When it did, no one said much. There was nothing to say. The ground simply accepted another man. You'd learned early that warmth came from inside, not from fire or blankets. The instructors had repeated it until it became truth. They said the body could produce its own heat if the mind commanded it. Whether that was science or superstition didn't matter. You'd felt it work. When the cold reached its worst, you focused inward, slowed your breathing, tightened your muscles, let the will take over where the flesh failed. The heat that came wasn't comfort, it was defiance. A reminder that you were still stronger than the world trying to strip that strength away. The hours passed slowly. The stars shifted position, dragging the night forward one fraction at a time. You counted them sometimes, not out of wonder, but to mark the progression of time. Each constellation was a marker, a sign that dawn would come eventually. The quiet conversations that occasionally broke the silence were simple, practical. A murmur about the next march, a soft command from a watch officer, a whispered joke that faded quickly into the air. Laughter sounded strange out here. Small, almost fragile. It didn't belong to this place. You envied the veterans who could sleep easily in the cold. They had done it for so long that their bodies no longer protested. You watched them sometimes, the way they lay flat and motionless, faces unreadable, hands folded on their chests. They looked carved from the same stone as the land around them. The younger soldiers shifted more often, pulling cloaks tighter, curling their knees. It wasn't disobedience. It was the body's instinct to protect itself. But the instructor's lessons lingered in every mind. You didn't chase warmth. You let the cold have you and trusted you'd wake up anyway. Occasionally, the officers would walk the lines at night, silent shapes moving between resting bodies. They carried no torches, only a sense of presence that made you aware of them before you saw them. They didn't speak unless necessary. If they saw someone moving too much or whispering too loudly, a single look was enough. Discipline held the camp together more securely than walls ever could. Even half asleep, no one forgot it. The ground became something you knew intimately. You could tell, by the way it felt beneath your back, what kind of weather was coming. If the soil softened under you, rain was near. If it felt brittle, frost would thicken by morning. You learned to read the temperature through your skin, the wind through your hair, the moisture through the smell of the air. Those senses became tools of survival. You didn't need instruments or forecasts. The earth told you everything you needed to know, as long as you listened quietly. On some nights, the wind dropped entirely, and the silence turned so heavy, it felt like a physical thing pressing down on the chest. In those moments, you could hear your own heartbeat, slow and steady, and the faint rhythm of others nearby. Hundreds of men breathing in unison, creating a sound softer than waves, but deeper than speech. It was the closest thing Sparta had to music, the rhythm of endurance. Sometimes your thoughts drifted back to the city. Not the noise of it, or the temples, or the markets. Those details had faded years ago. But the feeling of being surrounded by walls, the security of stone, the smell of fires, the voices of women and children, they felt like memories of another life. Out here, the world was stripped bare, reduced to the essentials of living and surviving. You didn't miss comfort because it no longer existed in the same way. The body forgot softness after enough nights without it. The moon rose higher, painting the land in faint silver. You could see your breath glowing faintly in the light. The shapes of men and shields looked like low stones scattered across the field. Somewhere in the distance, a sentry shifted his weight, the sound carrying through the still air. The scent of smoke drifted faintly, the last remnants of a small cooking fire dying down. The cold tightened around you again, but you didn't move. You simply watched the stars until they blurred from fatigue. Dreams, when they came, were brief and colourless. The cold didn't allow deep sleep. The mind hovered in a space between awareness and rest, drifting but never falling. You saw flashes of training, fragments of marching, the faces of instructors long dead. Sometimes you dreamed of warmth, of the way firelight flickered against a wall. But even in the dream, you knew it wasn't real. You always woke before you could reach it. When dawn finally came, it did so without fanfare. The sky shifted from black to grey, then to the pale colour of ash. The stars faded one by one, and the wind picked up again. The officers moved through the camp, quiet but deliberate. The first sound was always the same, the clatter of shields being lifted from the ground. You rolled to your side, sat up, and brushed frost from your cloak. Your body felt heavy, but the weight was familiar. You'd been sleeping like this for years. There was no need to speak. Each man knew the routine. You tightened the cloak, stretched the arms and legs slowly, and stood. The cold had stiffened the muscles, but movement thawed them. You picked up the shield, slung the spear across your shoulder, and fell into line. The ground you'd slept on was already losing its shape beneath hundreds of footprints. Within minutes, it would look as though you'd never been there. The march resumed as it always did, quiet and efficient. The world around you was still frozen, but the sky was growing lighter. The stars were gone now, hidden behind thin clouds. You didn't look up anymore. The night had done its part. It had taught you, tested you, and passed you on to the next day. There would be another march, another night, another field. The pattern would repeat until the campaign ended, or your body did. The cold didn't ask for endurance, it demanded it. The stars didn't offer beauty, they offered indifference. But beneath them, you found a kind of calm that the warmest hearth could never give. It was the calm of control, of knowing that you could rest anywhere and wake ready to move again. You didn't need shelter. You didn't need fire. The only thing that kept you alive was the same thing that had defined you since childhood. The ability to obey the cold without surrendering to it. And so the army moved again, quiet as breath, leaving nothing behind but faint impressions in the frozen soil, and the memory of men who had slept beneath the stars without asking for warmth. The night would come again soon enough, and when it did, you'd lie down the same way, still, silent, unafraid, and let the sky close over you once more. The northern air felt different, thinner, heavier, filled with something sharp that made each breath sting the throat. You had marched for weeks through lands that grew steadily colder, where the wind moved low across the ground like an animal searching for weakness. The hills were dusted white now, the soil frozen so hard that even footsteps barely left prints. Every sound carried for miles. Metal striking metal, the crunch of sandals, the rasp of cloaks rubbing against armour. All of it echoed in the clear air. Night fell quickly here, as if the sun couldn't bear to linger. When the order to halt came, you were already numb. The men stopped as one, dropping shields to the ground with dull thuds. The field chosen for camp was flat, open, and merciless. There were no trees, no shelter from the wind, just frost stretching in every direction, glittering faintly in the fading light. The officers moved through the lines, their breath visible as they spoke brief commands. There were no tents to raise, no fires large enough to chase away the dark. You knew the routine. The ground itself would serve as bed, the cloak as blanket, the sky as roof. You knelt, brushed a thin layer of frost aside, and lowered yourself slowly onto the earth. The first touch sent a shock through the body, a shiver that started at the base of the spine and climbed upward. You ignored it. The cold was old, familiar. It no longer frightened you. Around you the men did the same, each one moving with the quiet precision of repetition. They had done this hundreds of times before, and each time it felt the same, difficult, uncomfortable, but necessary. The wind rose as the last traces of light disappeared. It slid across the plain, cutting through the cloaks and lifting loose grains of ice that stung the skin. The smell of iron and leather hung in the air, mixed with the faint scent of smoke from distant cooking fires. You wrapped the cloak tighter, tucking the edges beneath your body to trap whatever heat you could. The body adjusted slowly, reluctantly. The teeth ached, the fingers stiffened, the toes lost feeling. Still, you stayed still. Movement wasted energy, and energy was survival. Frost began to gather along the edges of your shield, creeping across the bronze in delicate white lines. It looked almost beautiful, catching the dim light of the stars. You reached out and brushed it away, more from habit than need. The shield was heavy, cold, and necessary. It was the only barrier between you and the elements, between your body and whatever the night carried. You kept it close, the edge pressing lightly against your side. The stars overhead were sharp, scattered across the black sky like grains of salt. They seemed closer here than they did in the south, brighter, more precise. The constellations you had grown up recognizing were still there, but their positions had shifted slightly. You traced them with your eyes, not for wonder but for orientation. The stars told you direction, distance, and time. They were as much a tool as any weapon. Sleep came slowly, as it always did in the cold. The body didn't surrender easily. You felt each heartbeat in your chest, each slow rise and fall of breath. The air was so cold it burned the nostrils, forcing you to breathe through your mouth, where it scraped against the throat like sand. You could hear the same breath from the men beside you, a rhythmic sound, steady and faint. It was the sound of hundreds of soldiers trying to rest without warmth, without comfort, without complaint. Now and then, a gust of wind would lift a handful of frost and scatter it across the camp. It hissed softly as it moved, like whispers from the dark. No one stirred. Even the sentries stood still, silhouettes against the dim horizon. Their spears caught what little light the stars offered, tiny glints that flickered and vanished. The silence was so complete that it felt physical, pressing down on your ears until even the smallest noise, a cough, a rustle, the creak of leather sounded loud. The cold had a way of erasing time. Minutes stretched until they felt like hours. You stopped counting. You stopped thinking about when dawn would come. There was only the slow rhythm of the heart, the faint ache in the bones, and the endless, unchanging dark. The mind drifted somewhere between waking and sleep, detached from the body. That was the moment when endurance became instinct. You no longer thought about surviving. You simply did. Sometimes, when the wind shifted, you could hear the sounds of other camps in the distance, faint echoes of men and movement, the clink of metal, the low murmur of orders. The army was vast, spread out across the frozen plain, each division enduring the same night in silence. The knowledge that others were suffering the same cold brought a kind of comfort. Shared misery had its own logic. It made the pain less personal, more bearable. You pulled the cloak tighter and pressed your chin against your chest. The fabric smelled faintly of smoke, sweat, and wool. It wasn't pleasant, but it was familiar. Familiarity was its own kind of warmth. Your body began to still, the trembling slowing, the senses dulling. The numbness spread, and with it came calm. The mind stopped fighting the cold, stopped expecting comfort. It accepted what was, and in that acceptance found something close to peace. The instructors had always said that endurance was a choice made moment by moment. You didn't conquer the cold once. You did it constantly. Each breath a small act of will. That truth came back to you now, as it did every night. Or you let the thought pass without clinging to it. Words didn't help much here. Thoughts were for daylight. Night demanded silence. When sleep finally took hold, it came without dreams. The body shut down what it didn't need. There was no warmth to spare for imagination. You sank into the darkness like a stone into water, slow and heavy, until even the sound of the wind disappeared. You didn't know how long you stayed there. Time dissolved in the cold. A noise woke you. A soft crunch nearby, followed by the faint rattle of armour. You opened your eyes slowly. The world hadn't changed. The same frost glimmered on the ground. The same stars hung overhead. One of the sentries moved through the camp, checking positions, his outline blurred by mist. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The inspection was routine, more ritual than necessity. It reminded everyone that order still existed, even here. When he passed, you closed your eyes again and returned to stillness. Somewhere in the night, snow began to fall. It came lightly at first, fine as dust, carried sideways by the wind. You felt it gather on your cloak, on your hair, on the edge of the shield. Each flake melted briefly against the skin, leaving tiny spots of wetness that froze again within moments. The world grew quieter as the snow thickened. The sound of breathing faded. The air itself seemed to stop moving. For a few moments there was nothing. No sound, no motion, just a slow, invisible weight of snow settling over everything. When morning came, the world was white. The frost had become a layer of ice, the snow a thin crust across the ground. You sat up slowly, brushing the cloak free. The movement cracked the frozen fabric, flakes falling in small showers. Your hands were stiff, your face numb, but your body obeyed. You stood, stretched the legs, stamped the feet to wake the blood. The ground was slippery now, but solid. You could see the marks where hundreds of men had lain, shallow impressions already fading. The officers gave quiet orders. Fires were lit for cooking, the smoke rising straight into the still air. The smell of burning wood mixed with the sharp scent of frost, a strange blend of warmth and cold. The men ate quickly, bread, meat, a sip of wine, and prepared to move. The armour was cold to the touch, the bronze biting at the skin. You didn't wait for it to warm. You simply put it on, adjusted the straps, and picked up the shield. The march resumed. The first steps were always the hardest, the body reluctant to move after hours of stillness. But once the rhythm returned, the pain eased. The cold followed, as it always did, but it felt weaker in motion. The sun climbed slowly, pale and distant. The snow reflected its light, making the world look brighter than it was. You squinted, but didn't shield your eyes. The discomfort meant you were still alive. The land stretched endlessly ahead, flat, white, silent. Somewhere far beyond the horizon waited another battlefield, another night of frost and iron. But that didn't matter yet. The only thing that mattered was the march, the sound of footsteps, the discipline that kept the line unbroken. Each man moved forward, one after another, leaving behind only the faint memory of bodies pressed into frozen ground. The cold would erase those impressions soon enough. By midday, the frost began to melt under the sun, turning the earth slick. The men adjusted their pace, careful but steady. You could feel the mud forming beneath the surface, the ground softening in patches. The shift from ice to earth brought its own challenges. Boots slipping, shield sliding, balance tested. But you preferred this struggle to stillness. Motion meant life. As the day wore on, the sun dipped again, the air cooling fast. You knew what was coming. Another night, another field, another stretch of frozen silence. The pattern never changed. It didn't need to. The cold had become part of you, something that no longer felt external. You no longer hated it. You respected it. It was honest, unforgiving, consistent. You trusted it more than warmth. When the army stopped again that evening, the frost was already forming. You lowered yourself to the ground without thought, the movement smooth, practiced. The cloak spread around you. The shield rested at your side. The spear lay within reach. Above, the first stars appeared. The same stars that had watched over every Spartan who had ever lain beneath them. The same stars that would outlast you. The night would be long, but you were ready for it. The ground would freeze again, but you had learned long ago that the cold only mattered if you let it. You closed your eyes, breathed deeply, and waited for stillness. The world narrowed to the sound of your heartbeat, the feel of frost against your cheek, the weight of iron across your chest. Somewhere nearby, another soldier shifted, the metal of his armour clicking softly. Then the noise faded, and everything was silent once more. The campaign continued, the cold remained, the stars turned above, and you, a single figure among hundreds, lay once again in the endless rhythm of frost and iron, resting without warmth, but never without purpose. The ground had stopped feeling like an enemy a long time ago. It was simply what waited for you at the end of each day. Hard, cold, indifferent. You no longer flinched when you lay down on it. The body had learned to accept it, to fold itself into its shape. There was no search for comfort anymore. There was only adjustment. The stones pressed against the ribs, the spine, the hips, and after a few moments, the pressure faded into nothing. The body stopped resisting, and that was when rest began. Sleeping on stone had become a part of the rhythm of life. Every march ended the same way. A brief pause, a few murmured orders, then silence. The men spread out across the open ground, setting shields and spears within reach. No one looked for shelter. No one tried to soften the earth. The idea of a bed had long ago turned into something foreign. What others called harsh, you called familiar. The stone was always there. It didn't move, didn't complain, didn't promise anything it couldn't give. You respected that about it. When you lowered yourself to the ground, you did it slowly, not because of hesitation, but to preserve discipline. You brushed away loose gravel, checked that the surface beneath you was solid, then let the weight of your body sink into it. The first contact was always cold, a kind of shock that ran through the limbs. The body tensed on instinct, then relaxed once it realized that resistance accomplished nothing. The mind quieted after that. You lay still, feeling your pulse through the places where your body met the earth. The rhythm matched the faint vibration of the ground itself, the slow, constant hum of the world turning beneath you. You didn't use a pillow. Your shield served that purpose when needed, or sometimes just your arm folded beneath your head. The cloak was wrapped around the shoulders, drawn tight under the body to trap whatever warmth might remain. It wasn't much, but it was enough. The instructors had taught you long ago that warmth didn't come from fire or fabric. It came from control. The body, when disciplined, could make its own heat. That lesson had been proven true countless times. The night air carried a sharpness that made breathing an effort. Each inhale felt clean but painful, like swallowing glass. You breathed slowly, shallowly, to avoid losing heat. The body had learned the rhythm of survival, the measured, deliberate pattern that kept you alive through nights like this. Even when you fell asleep, that rhythm continued. The mind slept lightly, always aware of sound and movement. Around you, the rest of the army lay scattered like stones themselves, each man wrapped in his cloak, motionless. From a distance, it might have been difficult to tell where men ended and the earth began. That was the goal. The instructors used to say that a Spartan should blend with his surroundings, become part of the land itself. If the enemy passed by in the dark, they would see nothing but the faint glint of frost on bronze. The ground beneath you was uneven, but after years of this, the body had learned its own geometry. You shifted slightly to distribute the weight evenly, finding the balance point where bone met stone. Muscles released tension one by one, each surrendering to gravity in slow sequence. The cold remained, pressing against the skin, but the body no longer reacted. You'd stopped thinking of it as discomfort. It was simply the texture of the night. Sometimes, while waiting for sleep, you'd run your fingers along the surface of the ground. The roughness of it, the grit beneath your nails, the cool smoothness of certain stones, all of it told a story. You could tell how recently the ground had frozen, how deep the frost had gone, how long the cold had held. It was a kind of reading learned through repetition. The earth spoke, not in words but in temperature, in density, in silence. You learned to listen. The others rarely spoke after lying down. Voices carried in the cold air, and unnecessary noise was discouraged. The officers preferred a camp that could disappear into the night if needed. So the quiet was complete, heavy but not oppressive. You could hear the faintest movements, a cough from somewhere down the line, the rustle of a cloak adjusting, the metallic whisper of someone turning their shield. After that, nothing. It was strange how the body could adapt to anything. At first, years ago, nights like this had been unbearable. You'd lie awake shivering, counting breaths, waiting for dawn. But the agoge had stripped away the illusion that comfort was necessary. You'd been made to sleep on worse surfaces than this. On wet clay, on sand, on floors crawling with insects. Compared to those, stone was merciful. At least it was clean. At least it was still. The cold was constant, but it changed character as the night deepened. At first it was sharp, biting, alive. Later it became something slower, heavier. It pressed rather than cut. You could feel it move through the cloak, into the skin, then deeper into the bones. The warmth retreated to the core of the body, gathering around the chest like a secret flame. The mind felt distant, detached, but clear. You weren't quite asleep, not quite awake. It was a state between, where awareness floated without weight. That was the best kind of rest available here. You learned to use the body as its own blanket, the arms folded over the chest, the legs drawn just slightly inward, the cloak sealed around the sides. The heat trapped within stayed longer that way. You learned which muscles to relax and which to keep tense, how to balance between conserving energy and maintaining readiness. It was an art, quiet and practical. The instructors had never written it down. They didn't need to. Every Spartan learned it the same way, through repetition, through endurance, through cold. When you woke in the night, as everyone did, you didn't move right away. Movement broke the fragile pocket of warmth you had built around yourself. You stayed still, listening to the sounds around you. The faint groan of the wind moving across the plain, the distant bark of an animal, the crack of ice forming in the ground. Each sound was distinct, crisp, untouched by echo. The world felt larger at night, emptier, but you no longer feared that emptiness. It was part of you. You remembered the instructor's words. The body must learn to obey the mind, even in sleep. That meant no restless turning, no sudden jerks, no weakness shown even in unconsciousness. You had practiced lying still for hours during training, eyes closed but mind alert. Now, it came naturally. Your breathing remained even, your heartbeat steady. The cold could not break that rhythm. It had tried many times before and failed. Occasionally you'd feel the vibration of someone nearby adjusting position, a shift of weight, a slow exhale, but it never lasted long. Discipline didn't disappear when the sun went down. The camp remained ordered even in rest. That was how Sparta survived. The hardest moments came just before dawn, when the cold reached its peak. The earth itself seemed to tighten, the air turning dense enough to feel. Every muscle stiffened, every joint ached. You could sense the first edge of daylight behind the hills even before it appeared, not as warmth but as a change in pressure, a faint stirring in the air. The stars began to fade and the silence deepened, as if the world held its breath waiting for the sun. That was when you felt the weight of fatigue most sharply, not from marching or fighting, but from endurance itself. Holding still against the cold took strength, and strength drained slowly through the hours, but you never showed it. The first to rise would look at the others, and no one wanted to be the one who hesitated. When the command finally came, the sound was barely above a whisper. One word, enough to wake everyone. You opened your eyes and sat up. The world around you was grey-blue, the frost glinting faintly in the new light. The ground where your body had lain was outlined in moisture, a faint, temporary shadow. You brushed the dirt from your cloak, stood, and felt the stiffness melt slowly from your limbs. The body complained, but the mind ignored it. There were tasks to do, weapons to check, orders to follow. Warmth could wait. The officers walked the line, inspecting, counting, making sure no one had failed a night's test. The dead were few, but not unheard of. The cold took quietly. A man might go to sleep breathing and never wake again. There was no ceremony for that. The body would be moved aside, wrapped in its cloak, and carried until burial was possible. The line would close the gap and continue. You'd seen it happen before, and you would see it again. Death was simply another condition of the march. As the light strengthened, the frost began to fade, turning into a thin sheen of water that soaked through the edges of your cloak. You didn't bother to shake it off. The dampness would dry as you walked. You packed nothing because there was nothing to pack. The shield went across the back, the spear into the hand, the cloak adjusted for movement. Within minutes, the camp was gone, erased by footprints and breath. The stone field that had been your bed returned to silence, as if you had never been there. You thought briefly as you marched about how the ground carried the memory of every soldier who had slept on it. Generations of Spartans had done the same, laid their bodies against the same unyielding earth, trusted it to hold them without mercy. There was something comforting in that thought. The cold and the stone were constants, the same for all who had come before and all who would come after. You were part of that continuity, another layer in a long, unbroken chain of endurance. The sun climbed higher, the air began to soften, and the body woke fully. The ache in the shoulders, the tightness in the neck, the dull pain in the back, all of it faded into the rhythm of marching. The body remembered how to move. The ground behind you grew smaller, the frost melting underfoot. You didn't look back. There was no reason to. The night was over, the lesson complete, and the next would come soon enough. Sleeping on stone wasn't punishment anymore. It was a kind of truth. The earth didn't lie, didn't change, didn't pretend to care. It was constant. And in that constancy, you found strength. The body was its own shelter. The warmth you carried came from discipline, not from fire. The stone was your teacher, and it had taught you well. You didn't need comfort to rest. You only needed endurance. And endurance was something you had more of than anything else. The march continued, the wind shifted, and the ground ahead waited. cold, solid, and familiar. It would be there again tonight, unchanging, ready to remind you who you were. The cold had a way of stripping away everything unnecessary. Rank, pride, distance. All of it faded when the frost set in. By the time night fell and the ground hardened beneath your cloak, you no longer cared about hierarchy or reputation. The only thing that mattered was staying alive until morning. Even the hardest men, those who had spent their lives pretending to need nothing from anyone, began to edge closer to one another as the temperature dropped. It wasn't weakness, it was practicality. The body knew what the mind still hesitated to admit. That warmth shared lasted longer. You could feel it every time you lay down to rest. The air itself felt heavy, pressing against the skin, stealing heat faster than you could replace it. The instructors had told you since childhood that a Spartan must endure alone, but they had also taught that survival came before pride. The same discipline that kept you silent during pain allowed you to lie side by side with another man without shame. It wasn't comfort you sought, it was preservation. The first nights of a long campaign always tested that balance. Men spread out as they always did, leaving a careful space between bodies. But as the cold deepened, that space shrank. You learned to inch closer quietly, without words, until your shoulders brushed another's beneath the shared darkness. The warmth that spread through the cloaks was immediate and almost startling. It wasn't much, just enough to soften the ache in the fingers and slow the shivering. But it was enough. No one spoke of it. The silence of camp remained unbroken. The act itself was practical, stripped of sentiment. The same man who shared heat with you might strike you across the training field the next morning without hesitation. Friendship, as others understood it, didn't exist here. There was only necessity. The cold didn't care about bonds. It cared about bodies. The warmth of another man's breath against your back was a small, living reminder that you weren't entirely alone in this frozen world. It was an odd kind of companionship, not gentle, not affectionate, but steady. You could feel the rhythm of his breathing, the faint movement of his chest, the slow exhale that created a thin cloud between you. It was a rhythm that matched your own, and the two patterns merged until they felt like one. The mind, exhausted from marching, relaxed just enough to allow sleep. Sometimes, when the frost grew too thick, 3 or 4 men would huddle close under their cloaks, bodies arranged in quiet geometry, shoulder to shoulder, back to back. It wasn't planned. It simply happened, an instinct older than memory. The human body had always known how to share heat. Sparta hadn't invented it. It had only removed the shame that others attached to it. You learned to think of it as another kind of armour, warmth as defence, proximity as shield. The instructors had once demonstrated the difference. In the Agog, during the coldest season, they made you sleep alone on bare ground one night, then ordered you to pair with another the next. The lesson was obvious. Alone, you shivered until dawn. Together you woke less stiff, less numb. The phalanx, they had said, begins here. The idea of unity wasn't just for battle formations. It extended to every part of life, even rest. The army that survived the night together fought better the next day. You'd learn to tell a lot about a man by the way he shared warmth. Some did so with restraint, keeping their bodies rigid, unwilling to relax even in sleep. Others eased naturally into it, understanding that control didn't mean distance. the best soldiers found balance, close enough to conserve heat, disciplined enough to remain still. A careless movement could pull away the thin film of warmth that built up between bodies. You learned to stay perfectly motionless once you found that fragile equilibrium. The smell of men and earth and wool mixed together in the air, strong but familiar. It wasn't unpleasant. It was the scent of survival. Sweat, smoke, dampness and breath blended into something constant. When the wind shifted, it carried that smell through the camp like a low reminder that you were part of something larger. You belonged to the same endurance, the same fatigue, the same will to outlast the cold. Sometimes, in the dead of night, you'd open your eyes and see faint outlines of faces beside you, shadows cast by starlight, expression slack with exhaustion. There was no vulnerability in them, only stillness. You realized then that this was the only time Spartan soldiers ever looked peaceful. Not during victory, not during ritual, but in sleep, pressed close for warmth, bound together by necessity. The officers never punished it. They understood the logic of survival. They too slept this way when the frost came, their status dissolved by the same cold that touched every man. The discipline of Sparta wasn't about denying humanity, it was about controlling it. Even the most rigid order allowed room for instincts when it served the greater good. In the hours before dawn, when the cold was sharpest, the shared warmth often faded. Bodies shifted unconsciously, the thin barrier of heat breaking apart. That was the hardest time of night. You felt the loss immediately. The sudden bite of air against skin, the shock that snapped you half awake. The reaction was automatic. Close the gap again, rebuild the barrier, let the shared heat return. No one spoke. The whole camp seemed to move together. A quiet wave of small adjustments that rippled through the darkness. Within minutes, stillness returned. There were small signs of trust in those moments that no words could have conveyed. A man would lend you part of his cloak when yours had frozen stiff. Another would shift slightly to shield you from the wind's direction. These gestures carried no thanks, no acknowledgement. Gratitude was private. To speak it aloud would break the quiet order that held everything together. You simply remembered. The next night, you did the same for someone else. It was in these long, freezing nights that the real bonds of the army formed. Not the loud declarations made during ceremonies, but the silent agreements forged in the dark. You didn't need oaths when you had shared breath, shared cold, and shared exhaustion. The trust built through that kind of closeness was different from friendship. It was deeper, heavier. You didn't have to like a man to rely on him. You just had to know that he would stay still beside you when the wind howled and the ground turned to ice. Occasionally the officers would tell younger soldiers to pair with veterans for the night. It wasn't kindness. It was instruction. The old soldiers had learned tricks that couldn't be written down. How to angle the cloak to block the wind. How to press knees together to conserve warmth. How to position the shield to reflect what little heat the body gave off. You watched, learned, and repeated. By the time you became a veteran yourself, the habits were second nature. The body remembered them even when the mind didn't. Years later, when you found yourself sleeping in the cold once more, the same motions returned automatically. The way the cloak folded, the way you turned your shoulder toward the wind, the way you found another body in the dark and closed the space between. The lessons never left. You never thought of these acts as tenderness. Sparta didn't have words for such things, but there was something unspoken between the men who survived those winters together. A quiet acknowledgement that life depended on proximity, on trust, on the discipline to share warmth without weakness. The same men who stood side by side in battle had once shared the same breath through frozen nights. It wasn't camaraderie, it was survival, and that was stronger than affection. As dawn approached, the shared warmth began to fade again, replaced by movement. One man stirred, then another. The chain reaction spread through the line. The heat you'd built together dissolved as everyone rose, and the cold returned instantly, sharp and total. You missed it for only a moment before the body adjusted. The mind reasserted control. The day was beginning, and there was no time to remember what had kept you alive during the night. You stood, stretched the stiffness from your limbs, and shook frost from the cloak. The man who had slept beside you did the same. You didn't speak. A brief nod was enough acknowledgement before both of you turned to your tasks. The bond created in the night disappeared with the light, unspoken but not forgotten. The officers gave the order to form ranks. The column began to move again, slow at first, then steady. The same men who had pressed together for warmth now stood in perfect formation, shields overlapping, faces expressionless. The intimacy of the night was gone, replaced by the rigid structure of discipline. But somewhere beneath the armour and silence, the memory of shared survival remained. It showed itself in the way the phalanx held together, in the way no man broke line, even under pressure. The unity that began in the dark extended into the daylight. The march resumed through snow and wind. The warmth you'd shared had vanished hours ago, but its echo lingered. You could still feel it faintly in the muscles, a memory of contact that the cold couldn't erase. It was proof that even in a city built on hardness, survival was still a collective act. The strongest man in Sparta was never alone. By the time the next night arrived, you no longer hesitated. As the order to halt spread down the line, you and the others moved instinctively, settling into place, finding the same measured closeness that had carried you through the night before. The repetition was comforting in its own way. There was no shame in it, no surprise. It was as much a part of Spartan life as the shield or the spear. When the cold reached its worst, you could feel the bodies around you begin to tremble, but the combined warmth steadied them. The rhythm of shared breathing returned, slow and deep. The stars above seemed to watch, silent and unchanged, while the world below fought quietly to keep its fragile heat. You closed your eyes, felt the pressure of another shoulder against yours, and let the darkness settle. Sleep came faster now. The fear of the cold was gone. The trust between bodies filled its place. The night was still brutal, but it no longer felt empty. The warmth you shared was thin, temporary and imperfect, but it was enough. Enough to make it to morning. Enough to rise again and march another day through frost and stone. Enough to remind you that even in the harshest land, no one endured entirely alone. And so the army slept, bound together not by comfort, not by affection, but by the quiet, unbreakable logic of survival, the kind that required nothing more than proximity, discipline, and the steady pulse of life shared through the long, frozen dark. The day always ended the same way, not with ceremony or relief, but with quiet withdrawal. The sun sank behind the hills, and the long line of soldiers dissolved into the stillness of camp. No one spoke much after dusk. The voices that filled the air during the march vanished as the light dimmed. It wasn't fear that silenced the men, it was discipline. The night belonged to the earth and to the wind, and the army respected both. The first sign of evening was the sound of shields being lowered. The clatter of bronze on stone carried through the air, followed by the dull scrape of sandals as men found their places. The ground was uneven and cold, but no one hesitated. You moved with the rest, choosing a patch of earth by instinct. There were no boundaries, no assigned spaces. The formation of the camp changed every night, shifting like water. The officers said that predictability was dangerous. A Spartan had to be ready to sleep anywhere. Fires were allowed, but only small ones. No more than a few scattered through the camp, just enough to cook the evening meal and provide faint circles of light. You could see them glowing softly in the distance, halos of orange in a sea of grey and blue. The men gathered around them briefly, not for comfort but for function. A pot of black broth simmered over one of the flames, thick with meat and vinegar. It was the same meal you had eaten for years, unchanged and unchanging. The smell of it, sharp, metallic and heavy, filled the air. You sat cross-legged or near one of the fires, cloak wrapped around your shoulders, hands outstretched to the faint warmth. The heat barely reached your fingers. It wasn't enough to chase away the cold, but it was enough to remind you what warmth felt like. The men spoke in low tones, their words slow and deliberate. The conversations were simple, orders repeated, stories retold from older campaigns, the occasional dry joke that faded as quickly as it came. Laughter was rare, but when it appeared, it was quiet, almost private. The flames flickered, throwing long shadows across the ground. You could see the outlines of armour piled neatly beside the men, spears propped upright, shields gleaming in the dim light. The firelight caught the edges of the bronze, turning it gold for a moment before the darkness swallowed it again. Every movement was careful. Even after a full day of marching, no one let their guard slip completely. The discipline that defined Sparta didn't end when the sun went down. You held your bowl of broth close, letting the steam rise against your face. It smelled sour but familiar. The first sip burned the tongue, the second didn't. You swallowed slowly, letting the heat settle in your chest. Around you the sound of eating was quiet but constant, the scrape of wooden spoons, the low murmur of breath. There was no ceremony to the meal, no sign that it was meant to be enjoyed. It was fuel, nothing more. When the bowl was empty, you set it aside, wiped your hands on your cloak, and returned to stillness. The light from the fires illuminated faces in fragments, eyes, cheekbones, the edge of a jaw, while the rest remained in shadow. It gave everyone the same look, expressionless and distant. You studied the men around you, each one silent in his own thoughts. The exhaustion was visible but controlled. A Spartan didn't show fatigue, he carried it like armour. The silence of the camp wasn't emptiness, it was restraint. Some men sharpened their weapons by the firelight, slow strokes of stone against metal, the rhythm steady and soft. Others polished shields, running cloth over the bronze in circular motions until it caught the glow. The repetition was calming. The tasks didn't need to be done every night, but they gave the hands something to do, a way to keep the mind from drifting too far. The officers moved quietly between groups, inspecting, watching, saying little. Their presence was reminder enough that order never slept. As the night deepened, the fires burned lower. The glow shifted from orange to red, then to a dull pulse of light. The smell of smoke thickened, clinging to the cloaks and hair. The air cooled quickly. You could see your breath again, pale against the darkness. The men who had finished their tasks began to settle for sleep, lowering themselves onto the ground with practiced ease. There were no tents, no bedding, only the thin barrier of fabric between body and earth. You followed, easing down onto the same cold surface you had known for years. The fire nearest you hissed softly as a log split in two. Sparks rose briefly before vanishing. The noise seemed loud in the quiet, but no one turned to look. Everyone had learned to treat sound like movement. It had to mean something before it earned attention. The stillness returned quickly, the camp falling back into silence. You pulled the cloak over your head, tucking it under your chin, and lay on your side facing the dying fire. The heat it gave was faint, barely enough to reach you, but the sight of it was enough. Fire didn't need to touch you to matter. Its presence alone was reassurance that life still burned in the darkness. The smell of smoke always lingered after the fires dimmed. It mixed with the scent of sweat, leather and iron. Together, they created something unmistakable, the smell of a Spartan camp. It was a scent that marked you as surely as the scars on your body. You could close your eyes and recognize it anywhere. The night sounds came gradually. The low hum of wind across the plain, the shuffle of a sentry's steps, the faint crackle of embers collapsing into ash. Every noise was clear in the cold air, separated by distance, but still part of a single rhythm. The officers rotated the watch quietly, exchanging nods in the dark. The sentries stood with spears upright, silhouettes against the starlit horizon. Their shadows stretched long across the ground, fading where the fires no longer reached. You watched the last of the flames flicker, the light painting red across the faces of the men nearest you. The colour made them look older, carved from clay and stone rather than flesh. One of them stirred, adjusted his cloak, then went still again. You could hear the faint exhale of his breath, steady and controlled. The discipline of stillness had become instinct. Even sleep was ordered. The officers sat together by a single, larger fire near the centre of the camp. Their conversation was low, voices carrying just enough to remind the men they were awake. You couldn't make out the words, but the tone was calm, almost detached. They would discuss plans for the next day, movement, terrain, provisions. No one spoke of home or family. Such subjects belonged to another world. The only thing that existed here was duty. You closed your eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the fading fire brush against your face. The mind drifted briefly, wandering through fragments of memory. The first time you had marched under arms. The faces of men who hadn't survived past campaigns. The training fields of your youth. The memories didn't bring sorrow. They were simply facts, stored like records in the mind. The past wasn't something you carried, it was something you catalogued. A gust of wind moved through the camp, scattering ash and sending a brief wave of cold over your skin. You pulled the cloak tighter, breathed through the nose, and waited for the air to settle. It did. The wind always did. The world seemed to pause after that, as if holding its breath. The fire shrank lower, and the darkness grew thicker. From somewhere on the edge of camp came the distant sound of a nightbird calling once, then falling silent. The cry echoed against the hills, fading into nothing. You listened to it, not because it meant danger, but because it reminded you that life existed beyond this frozen field. It was easy to forget that sometimes. The discipline of the march, the sameness of days and nights, could make the world feel smaller than it was. The sound of the bird broke that illusion for a heartbeat, then vanished like everything else. The last fire died slowly. The embers pulsed faintly, deep red, like the heartbeat of the camp itself. You watched them until they dimmed completely, leaving only the pale wash of starlight. The cold returned, unchallenged. The body adjusted. You lay still, muscles relaxing one at a time, the faint heat trapped under your cloak fading but not lost. Around you, the men were silent, the kind of silence that comes not from sleep but from control. You didn't know who was awake and who wasn't. It didn't matter. Everyone was exactly where they needed to be. The darkness wasn't empty. It carried its own kind of presence, the weight of hundreds of bodies, the rhythm of shared breathing, the steady patience of men who had learned to endure. The cold moved over you like water, seeping into the spaces between fabric and skin, but it no longer felt hostile. It was simply there, part of the pattern, as constant as the ground itself. You turned your face slightly toward the sky. The stars above were sharp and steady, the same ones that had watched every Spartan campaign before this one. The constellations glowed faintly, marking direction and distance. You didn't look at them for guidance. You looked at them because they were fixed. In a life built on movement and endurance, constancy had its own quiet power. The camp would sleep now until the first grey light of dawn. The fires would leave behind only thin circles of ash. The silence would deepen, broken only by the occasional cough or the sound of armour shifting. The cold would thicken until it felt like glass, and then it would soften again with morning. You would rise, gather your shield, and begin another day. But for now, there was only this moment. Firelight fading, silence settling, breath steady. The discipline that defined Sparta lived even in the stillness of night. The body rested, but the will remained awake. The cold pressed down, but it found no weakness. The darkness stretched endless, but you had learned not to fear it. The fire might die, but its memory lingered in the warmth, still trapped beneath your cloak. And as the last ember faded into black, the camp became what it always became after dusk. Silent, ordered, waiting. Armour was supposed to be protection, but over time it became something else. It became part of the body. The longer you wore it, the less you noticed its weight. The metal pressed against the shoulders, the ribs, the hips, until skin and bronze seemed fused together. You could feel every dent, every ridge, every seam. It creaked when you breathed, whispered when you moved. By the time the sun went down and the order came to rest, removing it felt almost wrong. Most didn't. The cold, the discipline, the habit, they all kept it in place. The air after dusk was always sharp enough to sting. Sweat dried quickly in it, leaving a layer of salt on the skin. The armour trapped that salt, sealed it against you. The smell of metal and sweat mixed with smoke and dust until it was impossible to separate one from the other. The body carried that scent everywhere. You could tell a Spartan by it long before you saw his cloak. The mixture of bronze, leather, and exhaustion was as much a mark of identity as any crest or emblem. After the meal, when the fires were dying and the camp fell into silence, you would lie down slowly, still wearing most of what you'd worn all day. The breastplate stayed on, the greaves only loosened, the braces unstrapped just enough to let the blood flow again. The shield rested against your leg, the spear beside it. The cloak covered what it could, but the bronze beneath it was cold. The first touch of metal against bare skin after sitting still felt like winter itself, but you didn't flinch. You'd grown used to it. At first, the armour had been uncomfortable. It had rubbed raw spots into your shoulders and sides, left lines on your arms where the leather straps bit too tightly. You'd learned to pad them with cloth, to shift your weight while marching, to breathe in rhythm with its pressure. The pain faded into background noise. Now, it was silence itself that felt foreign. The armour hummed faintly when you moved, a soft metallic sound that followed every gesture. Without it, the world felt too quiet. The men joked quietly and without smiles that the armour wasn't protection from the enemy, but from the cold. Bronze held heat better than cloth, they said, though everyone knew it was only half true. It didn't hold warmth, it only slowed its escape. The metal shielded the body from the worst of the wind, but it also drew the cold closer, pressing it into the skin until flesh and frost were the same temperature. When you finally slept, you slept inside that paradox, sweating and freezing at once. Lying on the ground in armour taught you stillness in a different way. The body had to be arranged carefully, every limb in a precise position to avoid pain. A knee bent too sharply, or a shoulder twisted wrong, would turn into agony by morning. You learned to fold yourself into the shape the armour demanded. Movement became small, efficient, almost invisible. The instructors had called it discipline, but it was also survival. Rest came only to those who wasted no motion. The sound of men settling into the ground was distinct. The dull thud of metal meeting earth, the creak of straps, the faint rasp of leather tightening. Then came silence. You could hear the faint echo of your own heartbeat inside the breastplate, amplified by the hollow curve of the bronze. It was slow, steady, mechanical. The armour made the body sound like something forged, not born. You had listened to that sound for years, and it had come to comfort you. The smell of sweat never truly left. Even in winter, when the body produced little moisture, the scent of metal mixed with salt lingered. It was in the cloak, the straps, the gloves. You stopped noticing it. The same scent filled the air around you, and it belonged to everyone. The camp smelled of endurance. Every inhalation carried the proof of effort. Long marches, endless drills, nights without fire. The odour of sweat and bronze was not unpleasant. It was the smell of survival. The armour left marks. When you washed, rarely and quickly, you could see the outlines it had etched into your skin. Pale where the metal had pressed, darker where the sun had reached. The skin beneath the straps was rough, calloused, tougher than the rest. The body had reshaped itself to fit the armour. Bones thickened where pressure was constant, shoulders rounded to bear the weight. Even sleep followed the pattern of that adjustment. You dreamed as you lived, rigid, confined, shaped by metal. Sometimes, on warmer nights, a few men removed parts of their armour before lying down. The relief was immediate, but brief. The body felt exposed, vulnerable. The night air touched the skin and felt wrong, too open, too unfiltered. Without the weight, the chest rose too easily. The heartbeat sounded too close. Many put the armour back on before sleep took them. The weight was reassurance. It pressed you into the ground, kept you still, reminded you that you were ready. The officers rarely removed theirs either. Even they, who could have afforded the privilege, chose to keep it close. Part of it was precaution. A night raid, an ambush, a surprise order could come at any time, but part of it was deeper. In Sparta, armour wasn't a tool. It was identity. To remove it fully was to strip away the thing that defined you. Nakedness wasn't physical, it was symbolic. The bronze was the self, and the self was never set aside. The nights were quiet, but not peaceful. The cold amplified every sound, the creak of metal expanding and contracting with temperature, the slow shift of a body turning on frozen soil, the faint grind of a weapon being adjusted. You could tell who slept lightly and who did not by how often you heard the armour whisper. Most men hardly moved at all. The discipline to sleep still was learned early and never forgotten. Inside the armour, the air grew warm from the body's heat, then cooled again as it escaped through the gaps. You could feel the cycle repeating, warmth building, fading, building again, a constant rhythm like breath. The bronze felt alive, pulsing with you. When sleep finally came, it was shallow, but it was real. You didn't dream of battle or victory. You dreamed of nothing. The mind shut down to conserve strength, and the body followed. When you woke in the middle of the night, you didn't need to open your eyes to know where you were. The smell, the weight, the faint hum of metal against bone. It was all too familiar. You flexed your fingers to test circulation, shifted slightly to relieve pressure on one hip, then went still again. The world outside was silent, except for the occasional cough or the faint sound of a sentry's footsteps. The stars above were sharp, unmoving, the same as they always were. You breathed slowly, felt the cool air move inside the helmet's rim, and closed your eyes again. Morning came with the same grey light it always brought. The frost on the armour melted first, leaving dark streaks that ran down the plates. You sat up, the joint stiff, the straps stiffened by sweat. The armour felt heavier after sleep, as if it had absorbed the weight of the night. You reached back, loosened the ties, and rolled your shoulders until the metal shifted into place. The body groaned but obeyed. The movement was practiced, mechanical. The discomfort didn't matter. The armour belonged on you, and you belonged inside it. The men rose in silence, the sound of movement spreading through the camp like slow thunder. One by one, figures straightened, adjusted cloaks, checked weapons. No one spoke. The air was filled with the scrape of bronze against bronze, the thud of shields lifted from the earth. The morning frost clung to the edges of the armour, glittering briefly before fading. There was no separation between the soldier and his gear. When others looked at you, they didn't see flesh. They saw a moving piece of iron discipline, a shape carved by endurance. The human form was hidden beneath layers of function. The armour erased individuality, leaving only uniformity. You didn't resent it. You found comfort in it. To be indistinguishable was to belong. When the army began to move again, the sound of the march echoed across the frozen fields. The steady rhythm of bronze striking stone, of straps creaking, of weight shifting in unison. The noise was low but constant, like distant waves. It was the sound of men who had slept in their armour and would die in it. Each step carried the same message. Readiness never ended. The few who dared remove their armour entirely were reminded quickly why they shouldn't. The cold bit harder, the body tensed, the awareness of vulnerability returned. They dressed again without comment. The bronze went back on like a second skin, cold at first, then warm as the body reclaimed it. Over time, The armour shaped not only the body, but the mind. You began to think of yourself as encased, contained. Emotion like warmth stayed locked inside, slow to escape. The discipline that ruled your movements extended inward. You learned to feel without reaction, to endure without display. The armour became both shield and symbol, protection from the world and from yourself. In the quiet hours between dusk and dawn, when the fires were low, and the camp seemed to vanish into the dark, you would sometimes press your palm against the breastplate and feel the faint warmth beneath it. It was proof that life still burned there, trapped inside the metal. The body was still yours, even if it no longer felt separate. You'd lie back, eyes open to the stars, and let the cold wash over the armour without touching the heat within. There was no ceremony to removing it, no relief when you finally did. When the campaign ended or the battle paused long enough for rest, you unstrapped it piece by piece. The sound of leather loosening, of metal lifting away from skin. The air touched the flesh again, cool and strange. The body looked smaller without it, almost fragile. You could feel every scar, every ridge, every place where the armour had pressed too long. But even when it was gone, the weight remained in memory. You carried it inside, invisible but real. Most nights, though, you didn't take it off. The armour stayed, heavy and familiar, holding in the last traces of warmth as the cold deepened. The body beneath it adjusted, the breath slowed, the mind sank towards sleep. The bronze cooled, the frost returned, and another night passed with no distinction between man and metal. You had become both, human and forged, living and unyielding, breathing softly beneath the hard shell that never left your skin. Hunger was constant. It didn't come in sharp waves or sudden pangs the way it did for those who still expected comfort. It lived in the background, quiet and steady, a companion that followed every step. You learned to carry it the same way you carried your shield, a familiar weight that reminded you who you were. The stomach rarely felt full, and that was deliberate. In Sparta, satisfaction was considered a kind of weakness. The body was supposed to want, to reach, to endure without relief. From childhood, they had taught you to eat sparingly. Meals were functional, not pleasurable. Black broth, coarse bread, a handful of olives if fortune allowed. You ate because you had to, not because you wished to. The taste didn't matter. The act of chewing and swallowing was mechanical, a routine maintained out of necessity. You came to understand that hunger sharpened the mind. A full belly dulled it. The instructor said that a man who never experienced hunger could never understand discipline. They were right. The cold, too, became part of that same education. Together, hunger and cold formed a kind of silent training ground that never ended. The body adapted, but more importantly, the mind did. When the nights grew long and the air turned cruel, you learned not to hate it. The cold had no malice. It simply was. The wind that froze your fingers was the same wind that hardened them. The frost that cracked your lips taught you silence. Pain became a teacher that required no voice, and you listened well. Discomfort was not punishment. It was instruction. Every ache, every hollow space inside you was proof that you were still capable of endurance. The worst thing that could happen to a Spartan was comfort. Comfort made men soft, made them forget how to hold their own weight. In the long hours of the night, when the camp was still and the stars sharp above, you could feel that philosophy inside your bones. The body trembled, the stomach ached, but the will remained steady. That was the point. Pride didn't come from victory or applause. It came from surviving without complaint. The instructors had made that clear from the first day of the agog. They starved you, exposed you, humiliated you, and called it training. And it was. Every hardship you endured as a boy prepared you for nights like this. Lying on frozen ground, the taste of iron on your tongue, the dull ache of hunger gnawing at the ribs. You didn't curse it, you accepted it. That acceptance was power. When you marched through snow, the wind cutting through the thin wool of your cloak, you didn't think of warmth. You thought of rhythm. One step, then another. The stomach tightened, the breath came shallow, but the mind counted each pace as if it were prayer. The body obeyed. That obedience was its own kind of faith. You believed in endurance the way others believed in gods. It was not something outside you. It lived in the marrow. Food was distributed evenly in the camp, but evenly didn't mean enough. You often went to sleep still hungry, the emptiness pulsing like a second heartbeat. At first, it made sleep impossible. The body rebelled, demanded more, but over time it learned silence. The hunger stayed, but it stopped speaking. You would wake in the morning weaker in flesh, but stronger in will. The instructors said that only when the body was denied did the mind learn who ruled. The hunger became proof that you still commanded yourself. On some nights, when the wind was fiercest, and even the fires failed to stay lit, you'd chew on a piece of leather just to trick the mouth into thinking it had food. It wasn't shameful. It was practical. The others did the same. You watched them sit in the darkness, jaws moving slowly, eyes fixed on nothing. The action was small, controlled, almost meditative. You did what you had to. Survival was never about comfort, it was about control. The same logic applied to the cold. You didn't chase heat. You didn't build bigger fires or hide from the wind. You faced it. The body adapted by necessity. The blood thickened, the skin roughened, the senses sharpened. The cold became another form of armour, invisible but constant. You learned to move through it without flinching, to breathe through it without coughing. Each night spent in frost was another layer of proof that you were stronger than the elements trying to erase you. There were moments, rare and fleeting, when the hunger and cold combined into something almost transcendent. The mind cleared. The body, stripped of every excess, became light. You could feel the edge of fatigue, but also the precision of purpose. You no longer wasted effort on discomfort. Pain had stopped being pain. It was simply information. The difference between strong and weak wasn't who suffered less, but who understood their suffering better. You remembered how, as a child, they used to steal your food deliberately. It wasn't cruelty, it was lesson. They wanted you to learn resourcefulness. If you could find food without being caught, it was rewarded. If you failed, you were punished, not for stealing, but for being clumsy. Hunger became teacher and test. Years later, when the campaign rations ran thin, you understood the logic. The stomach didn't dictate your actions. The will did. There were always younger soldiers who complained quietly, the ones not yet broken into discipline. You recognized the look in their eyes, the disbelief that this was what life had become. Some tried to sneak extra rations. Others whispered about home and warmth. They learned fast that both were illusions. The officers ignored them at first. Sparta didn't need to punish impatience. The cold and hunger did that for them. By the second winter, silence replaced complaint. You found pride in the restraint. The world outside Sparta might have called it suffering, but to you, it was identity. The body that could march through blizzards, sleep on frozen soil, and fight with an empty stomach was proof of what training could make of a man. You took no pleasure in hardship, but you respected it. It revealed truth. Comfort lied, pain did not. The philosophy extended beyond the battlefield. Even at home, when the campaign ended and the air was warm again, you still lived by its rules. You ate little, slept on hard floors, avoided indulgence. The habits didn't fade because they weren't temporary. They were who you were. When guests from other cities visited, they marvelled at the simplicity of Spartan living. To them it looked austere. To you, it looked honest. In the field, the older soldiers sometimes spoke in low voices about the meaning of endurance. They said it wasn't just survival, it was defiance. The enemy could have more men, more food, more fire, but they couldn't have more will. Hunger and cold were invisible weapons. They shaped you into something beyond comfort's reach. When an army could live in conditions that would break others, victory was already half won. You could see it in the eyes of those who fought beside you. There was no panic there, no desperation, only patience. That patience came from long nights of quiet starvation, from years of sleeping in cold that would have killed lesser men. Every hardship carried forward into the next. Endurance built upon endurance until nothing seemed unbearable anymore. At night, lying on the hard earth, you sometimes thought about what it meant to be proud of this. Pride was dangerous. It could turn discipline into arrogance, and arrogance into weakness. The instructors had warned you against it, but they had also told you to recognize your own strength. It was a balance, like the edge of a blade. Too much pride, and it broke. Too little, and it dulled. You learned to hold it steady. Hunger kept pride from growing too large. No man boasting of strength could ignore the emptiness twisting in his stomach. The cold humbled even the hardest. Nature stripped away illusions faster than any teacher could. You learned respect for what could not be conquered. The world was bigger than you, stronger than you, colder than you, and still you endured. That was enough. When dawn broke, hunger still sat in your belly and frost still clung to your cloak. You didn't expect them to leave. You didn't hope for relief. You simply stood, stretched your aching limbs, and prepared for another march. The first steps were always the hardest. The body resisted, stiff from the night, but once the rhythm returned, the complaints vanished. The mind took command again, and the body obeyed. Sometimes you wondered whether the hardship ever truly ended, or if it simply changed form. Even in moments of rest, something inside you stayed tight, alert. You couldn't unlearn endurance. It had become part of you, as natural as breathing. The cold outside had a twin within, a hard, steady core that nothing could melt. The young soldiers often asked how to bear it. You didn't give them speeches. You told them the truth, that there was no secret, no trick, no hidden strength waiting to be unlocked. There was only acceptance. The body could adapt to anything if the mind stopped fighting it. Pain wasn't the enemy, expectation was. Once you stopped expecting comfort, the cold stopped hurting. Once you stopped craving fullness, hunger stopped aching. The world didn't change, you did. When you looked around the camp at night, you could see that same truth written on every face. The lines carved by wind and exhaustion were badges of pride. The silence wasn't emptiness, it was mastery. Men who had conquered nothing but themselves. That was what Sparta truly built. Not soldiers, but endurance given flesh. You drew the cloak tighter, closed your eyes and listened to the sound of breathing all around you. The same rhythm, the same quiet persistence. Hunger hummed faintly in your stomach. Cold brushed against your cheek. But pride sat warm in your chest. You didn't need more than that. The firelight faded, the stars steadied, and the night carried on, harsh, indifferent, and utterly familiar. The nights in campaign life were never entirely yours. Sleep was something borrowed, never owned. You closed your eyes, knowing that at any moment a voice could call your name, and the warmth trapped under your cloak would vanish with it. Every man in the army knew the rhythm of that interruption. Some nights it came early, others just before dawn. You didn't resent it. It was simply part of the order that held everything together. The watch began as soon as the fires died down. The officers walked the line, assigning names in low tones. Each pair of soldiers received a time, and that time was law. There was no arguing, no trading turns, no delay. You might be pulled from the first edge of sleep, or from the middle of a dream you barely remembered having. When the call came, you opened your eyes, sat up, and obeyed. The body moved before the mind had time to protest. The air was always colder during the watch. It seemed to drop several degrees the moment you left the ground. The warmth of the cloak fled instantly, replaced by a biting chill that worked its way through the seams of your armour. You stood, wrapped the cloak tighter, and felt the stiffness in your legs as the blood returned. Around you, the camp remained motionless. Hundreds of men lay still, shapes half hidden in the dark. Only the sentries moved, silent shadows against a background of frost and starlight. You took your position at the edge of the camp, where the last faint glow of embers met the blackness of open land. The stars above were sharp and unblinking. There was no moon tonight. The ground underfoot crunched softly with frost, each step leaving a pale mark that faded within minutes. You shifted your weight carefully, settling into the stance that allowed long stillness without pain. The spear rested upright beside you, the shield within reach. Silence was the rule. Talking wasn't forbidden, but no one wanted it. The night demanded quiet. Every sound carried far in the frozen air, and discipline was measured in how little you disturbed the world around you. You learned to communicate with glances and gestures. A nod, a tilt of the head, the brief lift of a hand to signal a movement in the dark. The smallest noises became warnings. The sigh of wind through grass, the faint scrape of metal, the soft click of a distant stone. Each one required a decision, to react or remain still. At first, the stillness hurt. The body ached to move, to shift, to shake off the numbness building in the fingers. But you stayed where you were. The instructors had drilled that lesson into you from the first day of training. A man who cannot master stillness cannot master war. The body would protest, but the mind overruled it. The cold was a test, the stillness was proof. Hours passed differently when you stood guard. Time lost its usual shape. Without speech or movement, it became measured only by sensation. The slow stiffening of muscles, the weight of eyelids, the pulse of blood in your ears. You counted breaths instead of minutes. Each one felt louder than it should have, like a small defiance against the silence. The darkness played tricks on the eyes. You could swear you saw motion where there was none, a flicker at the edge of vision, a shape shifting among shadows. Every soldier experienced it. The brain, deprived of sound and warmth, began to invent its own company. The veterans taught you how to blink slowly, how to look slightly to the side rather than directly ahead. It helped the eyes see better in dim light. It also gave the mind less room to imagine. The world outside the camp was never truly empty. You could hear distant sounds, the faint howling of animals, the creak of ice forming on water, the whisper of wind moving through the valley. Sometimes, far off, the echo of another army's movement reached you. The rhythmic murmur of men, the faint clatter of armour carried miles through the air. You listened without emotion. Fear and excitement wasted energy. Your job was only to know, to observe, to stand between sleep and danger. The rotation came silently. 2 new figures emerged from the shadows. Cloaks pulled tight. Faces pale in the starlight. You nodded to each other but said nothing. The relief was practical, not sentimental. You stepped back from the line, flexing stiff hands, feeling blood return to your fingers. The camp seemed different after a watch. The stillness you had guarded now felt like a physical weight pressing down. You moved through it carefully, aware that even the smallest sound could disturb it. You lay down again among the sleeping forms. The ground felt even colder now, the body slower to adjust. Sleep didn't come easily after a watch. The mind remained alert, scanning for sounds it no longer needed to notice. You listened anyway. The rustle of cloaks, the faint snore of a comrade, the whisper of wind against metal. It took time before the heartbeat slowed again. When sleep finally returned, it was shallow, uncertain. Sometimes the call came twice in one night. Orders changed, or a disturbance was heard in the distance. You didn't question it. You rose again, slower but without complaint. The repetition dulled thought. Duty wasn't about choosing, it was about doing. The body learned to move on command, as if separate from the mind. Fatigue became a companion rather than an obstacle. You learned small tricks to survive the long hours. Shifting your weight slightly from one leg to the other kept circulation moving. Breathing slowly through the nose warmed the air before it reached your lungs. Pressing the tongue to the roof of the mouth helped fight drowsiness. None of these things made the night easier, but they gave you something to control. Control mattered more than comfort. There were times when the quiet broke suddenly. The sound of a startled bird taking flight, the clatter of something falling. Every muscle tensed. The eyes scanned the dark. The hand found the spear without thought. Most of the time it was nothing. An animal, a gust of wind, a trick of distance. You relaxed slowly, but you never let your guard drop completely. Sleep might claim the rest of the army, but not you. Not yet. You sometimes envied the men who remained asleep, their breath steady and slow, faces half buried in cloaks. But envy was fleeting. The watch had its own kind of purpose. Standing alone against the night gave you a sense of belonging different from the phalanx. You were part of the same discipline, but separate. The thin barrier between rest and ruin. When the instructors had said that vigilance was the first virtue, this was what they meant. The cold deepened near dawn. The stars faded slightly and the sky shifted from black to grey. That was the hardest hour, when the body's warmth was lowest and exhaustion sharpest. The temptation to close your eyes, just for a moment, pressed hard against the will. You fought it by focusing on the breath, counting the rhythm, grounding the mind in repetition. Sleep was the enemy now. To yield was to fail. You thought about how many generations of Spartans had done the same thing. The same stance, the same silence, the same slow resistance to sleep. The thought steadied you. The watch wasn't just duty, it was inheritance. Each man who stood guard carried the weight of those who had done so before him. It wasn't glory, it was continuity. When the signal finally came, a low, soft call from the centre of camp, the relief washed through you without emotion. You turned, gave the silent nod to the next pair, and walked back through the lines. The ground crackled under your feet, the first hint of light brushing the horizon. The bodies on the ground began to stir, some already sitting up, others still motionless. The camp was waking. Your shift was done. You lay down again, though you knew sleep would last only minutes before the morning routine began. The body didn't need much rest anymore. It only needed the act of closing the eyes, of pretending for a moment that duty could pause. You pulled the cloak over your face, felt the warmth trapped inside it, and listened to the faint movement around you. The watch was over, but the vigilance remained. The philosophy of the guard was simple. Duty didn't end when you closed your eyes. It only changed form. Even in rest, the mind stayed half awake, listening for what others missed. That habit became permanent. Years later, long after campaigns ended, you still woke in the middle of the night at the slightest noise. The instinct never left. It was carved too deep. There was pride in that, though unspoken. The men who kept watch carried the invisible burden of the army. Their names were rarely remembered, but their discipline kept everyone alive. You never expected thanks for it. The silence of the camp was reward enough. Each night that passed without alarm meant success. As dawn strengthened, the last of the stars faded. The cold began to lift, replaced by the slow warmth of day. You could smell the fires being rekindled, hear the clatter of pots, the low hum of voices returning. The night watch ended, not with relief, but with transition. From one form of order to another. You rose with the others, adjusted the cloak, and prepared for the march. The fatigue stayed, but so did the steadiness. The memory of standing alone against the frozen dark lingered even as the sun climbed. The stillness of those hours, the patience, the vigilance, they became part of you. You didn't need to remember them consciously. They lived in the way you moved, the way you listened, the way you never truly slept. The watch was never over. It only waited for night to return. Sleep in the field was never deep. It came in fragments, thin layers of rest balanced between exhaustion and vigilance. You closed your eyes not because you trusted the night, but because the body demanded it. Even then, the mind stayed half awake, listening through the silence for the sound of danger. The instructors had trained you to do it that way since youth. Rest lightly, they said. Dream if you must, but never fall fully into the dark. The dreams that came were never kind. They were echoes of motion, fragments of noise and colour that the day had left behind. Sometimes you found yourself back on the training fields, running across sand under the weight of armour, hearing the shouts of the overseers. Other nights the dream placed you in battle again, the faces blurred, the sounds distant but familiar, the rhythm of shields colliding, the scream of metal, the sudden silence that followed victory or death. You woke from those dreams not with fear, but with the strange calm of recognition. The mind replayed what it understood. The boundary between waking and dreaming grew thin after enough nights of half sleep. You could lie still, eyes closed, and see flashes of things that weren't there. The glow of fires long extinguished, the shapes of comrades moving when unstood, the blur of spears in motion. It wasn't madness, it was memory leaking through the cracks of fatigue. The body slept, but the instincts did not. You could wake at the smallest sound, heart steady, mind alert. That was what the training had done. It had turned sleep into another form of readiness. Sometimes you dreamed of silence, long stretches of empty land under grey sky. No movement, no sound, just the weight of distance. Those were the nights when the mind tried to rest by stripping everything away. The stillness felt heavy, almost physical. You would wake from those dreams with a strange sense that time had stopped while you slept. The stars would be in the same place, the cold unchanged, the camp exactly as you had left it. The world did not care about your fatigue. It continued without you, unbothered. The younger soldiers spoke sometimes, in whispers before sleep, about nightmares. They dreamed of dying, of being pierced, of drowning in the crush of battle. You listened, but said nothing. Fear belonged to inexperience. After enough years, the mind stopped wasting energy on terror. The dreams remained violent, but they lost their sharpness. You no longer flinched at the memory of a blade or the image of falling. The mind accepted those things as inevitable, ordinary. You didn't dream of survival anymore. You simply dreamed of repetition. The body often moved in sleep. A twitch of the hand, a shift of the leg, the reflex of a soldier who still fought even in rest. You could see it in others, the way fingers tightened briefly around invisible weapons, the way jaws clenched against unspoken commands. The war never truly ended in the mind. It simply changed setting. The battlefield followed you into the quiet hours, reshaped into fragments of thought and instinct. You remembered one dream more vividly than most. In it, you were marching through fog. The sound of footsteps echoed, but when you turned, no one was there. The air was thick, the light dim, and somewhere ahead you could hear the faint clatter of shields. You kept walking, but the ground beneath your feet shifted from earth to water, cold and smooth. You didn't sink, you just kept moving forward, each step heavier than the last. When you woke, your heart was steady, your hands cold, and you couldn't tell whether the dream had been warning or memory. You didn't try to decide. The philosophers back in Sparta said dreams were the soul practicing for death, the brief separation between body and thought. You didn't believe that. For you, dreams were the mind's way of filing the chaos of the day into order. Each sound, each face, each strike of metal had to go somewhere. Sleep was the only time it could. The mind worked quietly, sorting and discarding, while the body pretended to rest. Sometimes the dreams were simple. You saw the sun rising over the Eurotas River, the hills beyond your city glowing red. You smelled the olive groves, heard the sound of boys training in the distance. The memory of home was never warm. It was disciplined, sharp, orderly. You dreamed of it not because you missed it, but because it was where endurance began. When you woke from those dreams, the cold field felt more familiar than the city ever had. There were dreams of faces too, people you hadn't seen in years, some living, some long dead. They spoke without sound, their mouths moving silently. You could never recall what they said when you woke, only the calm that followed. In the stillness of the camp, surrounded by men breathing in unison, those dreams reminded you that life existed beyond the discipline, though you no longer belonged to it. The strangest dreams came after victory. On those nights, when the air still smelled of iron and smoke, the mind replayed battle in reverse. You'd see the field cleared, the fallen rising, weapons lifting from the ground, wounds closing, men walking backward into formation. The noise ran backward too, the roar of combat turning into silence, the clash of weapons softening into breath. It was as if the mind was trying to undo what had been done, to restore balance before rest. When you woke, you felt lighter, as if the dream had taken the weight of death and folded it neatly away. The officers rarely spoke of dreams. They dismissed them as weakness, unnecessary reflections. But you could see in their eyes the same fatigue, the same distant stare after long nights. They dreamed too. Every man did. The difference was that they had learned not to show it. In the morning, when the command was given to move, the lines formed as if no one had ever closed their eyes. The discipline erased the night. You wondered sometimes whether the mind ever truly rested. Even in sleep, you felt the faint pulse of awareness, the readiness to move. The body was trained to wake instantly, to rise without hesitation. The first thing you saw each morning was the grey horizon, the cold light spreading, and for a brief moment you couldn't tell whether you were still dreaming. The repetition blurred everything together. March, fight, rest, dream, all part of one continuous motion. In rare moments of calm, when the campaign paused and there was nothing but waiting, you found that sleep came harder. Without exhaustion to drown it, the mind resisted. It had grown accustomed to sleeping only when forced. You would lie awake on the hard ground, eyes open watching the stars, waiting for fatigue to take command. When it finally did, the dreams came heavier, more vivid, as if reclaiming what had been denied. Those dreams were not always about battle. Sometimes they were about emptiness. Endless plains, silent cities, the sound of footsteps echoing through corridors of stone. You never saw yourself in them, only the world stripped of noise. It was peaceful in its way, but unsettling. You woke with the feeling that the dream had shown you something honest, that even the strongest life ended in stillness. You didn't fear those dreams. Fear had no place left inside you. The instructors had beaten it out of you long ago, replaced it with patience and awareness. Dreams didn't reveal weakness. They revealed memory. And memory to a Spartan was another form of training. You learned from what you saw, even in sleep. The next day, you moved with a little more precision, a little more calm. The dream had done its work. There were nights when the exhaustion was so complete that you didn't dream at all. You simply closed your eyes and vanished, lost to the world until someone's voice pulled you back. Those were the best nights. The mind, blank and empty, finally free from the weight of thought. You woke sore, cold, hungry, but clear. That kind of rest felt like victory. The younger soldiers asked once if Spartans ever dreamed of peace. You told them no. Peace was a concept for those who wanted rest without earning it. What you dreamed of, when the mind allowed it, was order. A world that stayed still, where every man stood where he belonged, where silence meant safety. That was the closest thing to peace you could imagine. In the deepest part of the night, when the fires were out and only the stars remained, you sometimes half woke, caught between dream and waking. The body was still, but the mind floated just above it. You could hear the breath of those around you, feel the weight of the air, smell the frost and sweat. The world felt distant, unreal, as though you were watching it from outside yourself. The feeling never lasted long, but it stayed with you when morning came. The sense that you existed not as one man, but as part of something larger, endless, beyond exhaustion. By dawn, the dreams were gone, dissolved into the routine of movement. You stood, brushed frost from your cloak, adjusted the armour, and took your place in line. Whatever the night had shown you belonged for dark now. The day required action, not thought. The rhythm returned. One step, then another. The sound of sandals on frozen earth. The breath of hundreds moving together. The dreams would come again when the next night fell. And the next, until the campaign ended, or you did. There was no end to them. No final rest. The warrior's mind never truly slept. It circled endlessly through memory and motion, replaying, refining, rehearsing. That was the cost of discipline, to carry wakefulness even into sleep. You didn't fight it anymore. You simply accepted that the night belonged not to rest, but to remembrance. The dreams were part of the training, part of the endurance, part of what made you what you were. And so you closed your eyes again the next night, lying on the hard ground beneath the same unchanging stars, the sounds of breathing around you steady and familiar. The cold pressed in, the hunger lingered, and the mind drifted toward its restless theatre once more. Not toward comfort, but toward continuity. The dreams would come, as they always did, filled with fragments of battle and silence, and you awake ready to march, as if sleep had been just another form of training in the endless discipline of a Spartan life. The cold always took something. It wasn't sudden, and it wasn't loud. It crept in quietly, working its way through the armour, through the wool, through the thin layer of flesh that still tried to protect you. At first, it felt like numbness. Then it became pain. A sharp, needling ache that settled deep into the joints. After that, it was nothing. The body stopped sending messages once it understood that no one was listening. That was how frostbite began. Not with shock, but with surrender. Every Spartan learned early to ignore discomfort. The Agoge taught you to endure cuts, bruises, burns, and hunger without sound. But frostbite was different. It was silent, patient, invisible until it wasn't. A finger turned grey, a toe stiffened, a patch of skin lost its colour. The first man to notice it on himself never said a word. He wrapped the hand tighter, pulled the cloak closer, and kept marching. Pain was expected. Complaints were not. You saw it happen to others before it happened to you. During long winter campaigns, men returned from patrol with their hands swollen and pale, their ears blistered, their faces marked by cold. They didn't seek sympathy. The officers looked them over, nodded once, and moved on. There were no healers for the cold. You treated it by surviving it. If the flesh recovered, it was a lesson. If it didn't, it was a mark of honour. The city valued scars more than comfort. The first time your fingers stopped responding, it frightened you for only a moment. You tried to flex them and found the movement slow, clumsy. The skin had turned hard, the nails white. You breathed on them, rubbed them together, pressed them under your arms for warmth. The pain that followed felt almost good. Proof that blood was still moving. You didn't mention it. Everyone else was doing the same thing, quietly, efficiently. The camp was filled with small gestures like that. Hands beating against chests, feet stamping the ground, faces buried in cloaks. The night made everyone equal. The officers said that cold could take a man's limb, but not his courage. That was the measure of worth. The city didn't mourn those who lost fingers or toes. It respected them. When you returned home, people would look at your hands before your face. Missing parts meant you had been tested and not found wanting. The stories of frostbitten warriors were told with the same tone used for battle heroes. A man who lost a hand to the cold but finished a march had achieved the same glory as one who survived a spear wound. In the field, no one had time to treat it properly. The cold didn't allow delays. You learned small tricks from veterans. Wrapping hands in wool soaked with animal fat. Sleeping with your feet near another man's chest for warmth. Rubbing snow on the skin to wake circulation. Some worked, some didn't. The body decided what it would keep. You accepted that as fact. The fingers that failed were dead weight, and a Spartan didn't carry what was dead. You remembered a man named Ferras, who served beside you during the Northern Campaign. His feet froze during a march through snow that reached the knees. By morning they were black. He couldn't walk, but he refused to be carried. He tied strips of leather around his legs and crawled the remaining miles to camp. The officers didn't stop him. When he arrived, the surgeon cut away what remained. Ferras didn't cry out. He asked only for his shield to be placed beside him. He lived, barely, but the loss didn't shame him. When he returned to Sparta, people stepped aside in the streets. They called him enduring, and that word mattered more than whole limbs. The philosophy behind it was simple. The body was temporary, but the will was eternal. A man's worth wasn't measured by what he had, but by what he could lose without breaking. Each wound was proof that he had met the world on its own terms and remained standing. The city wanted that kind of man, one who bore his pain quietly, who turned injury into example. You learned to see the damage not as loss, but as a record. The body told your story so you didn't have to. The frost shaped more than flesh. It shaped behaviour. Men learned to move differently, to fight differently, to live with the parts that remained. A missing finger changed how you held a spear. A numb hand taught you to grip tighter with the other. Adaptation became second nature. No one complained. You simply adjusted until the weakness disappeared. The army moved as if nothing had changed because it couldn't afford to notice. At night, when you lay on the ground and felt the cold crawling back under your armour, you checked your hand by instinct. You pressed the fingers against the hilt of your weapon, felt for movement, for warmth. The reassurance came slowly. Sometimes you'd feel nothing, then the faint pulse of pain, then heat. It was enough. The pain meant the body still obeyed. When it didn't, you learned to let go of expectation. Flesh failed, but resolve did not. The young soldiers, the ones new to the campaign, feared frostbite more than battle. You could see it in the way they moved, keeping their hands under cloaks, stamping their feet too often. They hadn't learned yet that fear invited failure. The cold didn't care about effort. It cared about control. The tighter you held yourself, the faster it claimed you. The veterans tried to teach them, not with speeches but with example. Calm endurance was contagious. After a few weeks, the younger men learned to mimic it. The fear faded, replaced by the quiet patience that defined every Spartan who had seen more than one winter. The camp smelled of smoke, sweat, and iron, a smell that never left your memory. The fires gave little warmth, but their light revealed the damage the cold had done. Fingers wrapped in cloth, ears bandaged, noses raw and cracked. You looked at those faces and saw pride, not pity. Each mark was a reminder that you had chosen this life and survived it. No one expected rescue from the elements. You fought them the same way you fought men, with endurance, with stillness, with silence. In the worst winters, when the cold seemed endless, the body began to change in small ways. The skin thickened, the pain dulled, the edges of sensation faded. You felt the world differently, not softer, but simpler. Touch became limited to pressure and temperature. You couldn't feel texture anymore, but you could still feel impact, and that was what mattered. The instructors used to say that the cold made men honest. It stripped away illusion. When you couldn't feel luxury, you stopped needing it. By the time spring returned, many of the men bore new scars. Some had lost parts of their hands, others the tips of their ears, a few entire limbs. They didn't hide them. When they stood in formation, the missing pieces blended into the uniformity of the line. The army didn't look weaker for it. It looked hardened. The sight of so many damaged bodies moving in perfect rhythm carried its own kind of power. The enemy saw it and understood that pain meant nothing here. In Sparta, returning veterans displayed their injuries without pride or shame. The city treated them as visible lessons. Children stared at them, memorized their shapes, and learned early what endurance meant. The old men sitting by the public dining halls told stories of frost and loss, of nights when fingers froze to weapons, of marches through ice that cracked underfoot. Their listeners didn't wince. They listened quietly, nodding, absorbing the unspoken message that survival wasn't granted, it was earned, inch by inch, breath by breath. You learn to read the marks on your own body the same way. Each patch of dead skin, each faded scar, each finger that no longer bent properly was a record of obedience to the Spartan way. The flesh had failed in small places, but the discipline had never cracked. That was the measure of worth. You didn't need medals or monuments. The body itself was testimony. On the coldest nights, when sleep wouldn't come, you sometimes held your hands up to the faint light of the fire and studied them. The nails thickened, the knuckles dark, the skin rough and uneven. They looked less human than they once had, more like tools forged for purpose. You flexed them slowly, felt the stiffness, the dull ache, and found satisfaction in it. Pain meant you still belonged to yourself. Numbness was the enemy, not pain. There was a strange comfort in that realization. The cold could take parts of you, but it couldn't take your will unless you offered it. The instructors had said it many times. A Spartan could lose everything and remain whole if his resolve stayed intact. You had seen that truth proven again and again. The men who died were those who tried to fight the cold, who demanded comfort from a world that had none to give. The ones who lived were those who accepted it, adapted to it, and let endurance do the rest. As the years passed, the frostbite scars faded but never disappeared. You stopped noticing them, except when others did. Outsiders would glance at your hands, at your ears, and then look away quickly. They saw damage, you saw proof. The marks didn't weaken you. They reminded you that you had already faced the worst and remained standing. That memory was armour stronger than bronze. When you walked through the city after a campaign, you could feel the respect in the silence around you. No one applauded, no one spoke, but their eyes followed. They understood. The missing parts told a story that words couldn't. They weren't wounds, they were evidence of endurance. The frostbitten limbs were medals without shine, earned in silence, worn without vanity. You didn't need reminders to remember those nights. The cold still lived in your bones, a dull echo that surfaced whenever the wind turned sharp. It wasn't unpleasant. It felt like memory made physical, a quiet whisper from the past reminding you that you had endured. The body aged, the scars remained, and the discipline that had carried you through the frost stayed untouched. The cold would return each year, and each year men would go out again to meet it. Some would come back changed, missing pieces of themselves. Others would not come back at all, but the line would continue, generation after generation, the same lesson repeated through time. Pain was not failure. Endurance was victory. The frost would claim what it could, and the city would honour those who let it take only the flesh. Morning never began with rest. It began with movement. The first light wasn't a signal to wake. It was an order. You didn't wait for the sun to climb or for warmth to touch the ground. The grey of dawn was enough. The sound that woke you wasn't a horn or a voice, but the rhythm of others rising, the shuffle of feet against dirt, the faint clatter of shields being lifted, the creak of leather straps tightened after a night of stillness. The body responded before the mind fully returned. Habit was faster than thought. You opened your eyes to the familiar, dull light, the kind that had no colour yet. The sky was heavy, pale, without promise of warmth. You brushed frost from your cloak, sat up slowly, and felt the stiffness settle into your joints. The air bit at your face, the cold sneaking through the seams of your armour. You didn't grimace. You adjusted your shoulders, rolled your neck, and stood. The first minutes of the morning were a test, one that came every day. You didn't need to pass it. You only needed to show up for it. The camp came to life without noise. Hundreds of men moving at once, but almost no words exchanged. There was no shouting, no complaint. Each action was performed as if by instinct. Cloaks folded, shields strapped, weapons checked. The sound was a kind of music, metallic and measured. You knew every note, the buckle clicking into place, the thump of a spear butt against the ground, the low rustle of fabric pulled tight. The order of it was reassuring. Discipline replaced comfort. The breath of morning was visible, a faint cloud that escaped the mouth and vanished instantly. You took one slow inhalation, let it fill the lungs, and then exhaled through your nose. The cold air burned at first, but it cleared the head. You had learned to find clarity in discomfort. The sting of cold was proof that the body still worked. The world was indifferent, but you were not. You knelt to check your sandals, tightening the leather that had stiffened overnight. The fingers were slow at first, heavy and uncooperative, but they obeyed. The small motions mattered. A loose strap could trip you during a march. A missed buckle could cost time in formation. Precision began here, at ground level. Spartan strength wasn't in grand gestures. It was in repetition, done perfectly. The fires were little more than smouldering circles of ash now. The smell of smoke clung to everything. The cloaks, the armour, even the hair. You walked past them without looking down. The men assigned to cooking duty were already awake, stirring the remnants of the black broth from the night before. Breakfast wasn't separate from dinner. It was simply what remained. A few bites of bread, a handful of olives if you were lucky, a sip of broth that had gone cold. You didn't eat for pleasure. You ate for continuity. The act was as disciplined as any drill. The officers moved through the camp, their voices low but firm. They didn't need to shout. A glance was enough to correct posture or remind a man to hurry. Everyone understood what was expected. The morning belonged to preparation, to the quiet precision that made chaos impossible. No one wanted to be the reason for disorder. The body still protested as you moved, the stiffness resisting each motion. You ignored it. The first few steps of every morning felt heavier than any march that followed. Muscles pulled tight from the night's cold, joints reluctant to bend. You stretched slowly, methodically, the same way you had been taught years ago. The motions were small, bending the knees, rotating the shoulders, flexing the fingers. It wasn't about comfort, it was about readiness. A Spartan wasn't expected to feel good. He was expected to function. There was no conversation about dreams, no reflection on the night. Sleep was forgotten the moment it ended. The mind didn't linger in what couldn't be changed. You focused on what came next. The weight of the shield in your hand, the balance of the spear across your shoulder, the distance to the next camp. The day ahead was predictable, but that predictability was its own kind of peace. Once every man was on his feet, the formation began. The lines took shape automatically, one body aligning with the next. The geometry of it had been drilled into you so many times that your feet found their place without thought. The officers walked along the front, checking spacing, adjusting angles, ensuring the rhythm was correct. When the command to march came, it was a single word, soft but final. The camp, moments ago still, became motion. The ground beneath your feet was hard, uneven, but familiar. The first few minutes of marching burned the stiffness out of your legs. The breath found its pattern again, in through the nose, out through the mouth. The cloak settled against your back, heavy but secure. The shield's weight on your arm became part of your balance. Everything clicked into place. The pace, the sound, the silence between footsteps. The routine wasn't comforting, but it was reliable. You sometimes caught yourself noticing small things in these mornings. The way the frost glittered on the edge of the spearhead, the faint steam rising from the men's breath, the echo of hundreds of feet striking in rhythm. It was beauty of a sort, though you wouldn't have used that word. It was order, the only kind that mattered. The officers didn't allow pauses during the first hour of marching. The body had to relearn movement before rest could be earned again. You didn't need water. The cold air kept the throat dry but steady. Conversation was forbidden, though no one would have spoken anyway. The men saved breath for endurance. The silence of morning was different from the silence of night. It wasn't still. It was full of momentum, quiet but alive. You learned to appreciate those early hours. The cold made the world sharp, the air clear, the mind narrow. There was no room for thought beyond the next step. That simplicity was freedom in its own way. The hunger from the night still sat in your stomach, but you stopped noticing it once the body began to move. Motion consumed everything else. By midday, when the sun finally broke through, you were already far from the last camp. The warmth touched the bronze of your armour, turning it from dull grey to gold. You could hear the faint creak as the metal expanded, the sound soft but constant. The frost melted, dripping slowly down the sides of the shield. The light revealed the lines of faces around you, the same calm, expressionless focus. The cold had left its mark, but the discipline never changed. Even when the routine seemed endless, you found steadiness in it. There was comfort in repetition, though you would never call it that. The same tasks, the same steps, the same quiet obedience. They removed uncertainty, and with it, fear. You didn't need variety. You needed rhythm. The mind rested inside that rhythm, the way a wheel rests inside motion. On days when the weather softened, the body began to feel strange without pain. The absence of cold felt almost wrong, like an indulgence. You caught yourself missing the sting of the air, the bite of frost. The discomfort had become your measure of existence. Without it, the world seemed muted. You realised then that discipline wasn't only habit, it was identity. The hardship defined you more than the purpose behind it. When the march paused for a brief rest, you sat carefully on the ground, never collapsing, never sprawling. Even exhaustion had rules. The cloak stayed wrapped, the shield upright, the spear within reach. The officers walked among the men, inspecting without words. Every gesture, even at rest, reflected the same order that carried through the day. You didn't relax. You maintained readiness. The meal at midday was no different from the one at dawn. Small, sufficient, deliberate. A sip of broth, a piece of bread hardened by cold. You ate slowly, methodically, chewing until the flavour disappeared. Food wasn't pleasure. It was preparation for more endurance. Around you the same sound. Quiet eating, slow breathing, no speech. The camp could have been mistaken for a monastery rather than an army, if not for the weight of metal and the faint smell of sweat and iron. When the rest ended, the formation reassembled instantly. The officers didn't need to call names or check attendance. The body knew its place before the mind registered it. The line moved forward again, the rhythm restored. The sun climbed higher, but no one looked up. The eyes stayed level, focused on the path ahead. There was no anticipation, no curiosity. The world beyond the road didn't matter. The march was the only world that existed. In the evenings, when the signal to stop came, the same pattern repeated in reverse. Shields lowered, cloaks spread, fires lit. The day folded back into night as smoothly as it had begun. You knew what would follow. Another meal, another silence, another sleep that wasn't quite sleep. And then the morning again, identical in every way. The endless repetition didn't break you. It built something instead. A kind of calm that could only come from routine carried beyond exhaustion. You no longer questioned why things were done this way. The answer was always the same. Because they worked. Comfort was unreliable. Discipline never failed. When new recruits joined the army, their first mornings were filled with confusion. They moved too slowly, spoke too much, tried to warm themselves by the dying fires. The officers corrected them not with punishment, but with example. The older soldiers showed them the pattern, how to rise without sound, how to move without hesitation, how to let action replace thought. Within a week, they adapted. The rhythm consumed them as it had consumed you. You realised, watching them, that the morning routine wasn't just a habit. It was a kind of unspoken oath renewed each day. The city didn't ask for loyalty through words or gestures. It asked for it through repetition. To rise without complaint, to move without question, to live without expecting comfort. These were the true rituals of Sparta. By the time the next winter arrived, the routine had become as much a part of you as breath. The cold no longer shocked you awake. It greeted you like an old companion. You rose automatically, brushed the frost away, and began again. There was no ceremony, no reflection, only motion. Each dawn looked the same, and that sameness was the point. It reminded you that control didn't depend on circumstance. Whether the air was warm or biting, whether the stomach was full or empty, the body moved the same. The morning routine wasn't a preparation for discipline. It was its proof. And so the day began again, as it always did, with silence, with movement, with order. The frost melted under the first rays of sun. The breath of hundreds of men rose into the cold air, and the world returned to its rhythm, hard, steady, and unbroken. You didn't wake for comfort. You woke for duty, and that was enough. The body was never meant to last forever, but in Sparta it was expected to behave as if it could. You were taught from the first days of training that sickness was weakness, that tiredness was a sign of failure in the mind rather than the flesh. The instructors told you that a true Spartan could command his body the same way a general commanded an army. Pain, hunger, cold, all of it could be mastered through will. For years you believed them. For years it seemed to be true. Then one day the body stopped listening. It didn't happen dramatically. It began as small things. A cough that lingered. A fever that refused to break. A trembling in the hands that made the spear feel heavier than before. You told yourself it was nothing, just fatigue from the march or the cold. You'd felt worse and continued. Everyone had. So you did the same again, refusing to admit that this time was different. The first real sign came when your legs no longer obeyed at dawn. The order to rise sounded. The camp began to move, and you stayed sitting for a few seconds too long. It felt strange, not rebellion, just slowness. You stood eventually, but the delay stayed with you. That hesitation meant something, though you didn't know what yet. The body gave warnings quietly. The breath shortened during marches. The appetite vanished. The muscles lost their sharpness. The cloak felt heavier, the ground harder. When you closed your eyes at night, the fatigue didn't fade the way it used to. Sleep came quickly but left you weaker. You woke feeling unfinished, as though part of you had remained behind in the dark. Still, you said nothing. Spartans didn't speak of sickness. Illness didn't fit into the rhythm of discipline. You were expected to recover on your feet, through movement and silence. The officers didn't encourage questions. If a man fell behind, he was told to keep pace. If he stumbled, he was told to stand. Only those who could no longer walk were removed, and even then they apologized for the inconvenience. You learned to hide the signs. You marched slower, but timed your steps to match the others. You ate even when your stomach rejected food, forcing it down piece by piece. You ignored the tremor in your hands by gripping your spear tighter. The body complained, but the will continued. For a while, that balance worked. It always did. Until it didn't. One morning you woke drenched in sweat despite the cold. The fever had risen quietly in the night. Your armour felt heavier than stone. Every movement sent heat and dizziness through your skull. You thought it might pass once the air touched your skin, but it didn't. You stood, you marched, and the world blurred slightly around the edges. The sound of the line moving became distant, muffled. You focused on your breathing, counting each exhale, trying to keep rhythm. That was what you'd been taught. Control the body through control of the breath. It worked for a time, but the illness didn't care about training. It waited, slow and patient. Each day took more strength than the last. The fever flared, then fell, then returned stronger. You started to feel the tremble in your knees when the line halted. At night, when others slept, you lay awake, heart pounding too fast, the heat trapped under your cloak. The sweat froze against your skin by dawn, leaving you colder than before. You could feel the weakness spreading. First the hands, then the legs, then the will. The first time you collapsed, no one saw. It was early before the sun rose, and you'd gone to fetch water from the stream beyond camp. The ground tilted suddenly beneath you, the world spinning, your knees striking earth before you realised you'd fallen. You stayed there for a long moment, staring at the frost, watching your breath rise in uneven bursts. Then you pushed yourself up, slowly, quietly, brushing the dirt away as if nothing had happened. You didn't tell anyone, you couldn't. Illness carried a kind of shame, not because it was weakness, but because it was out of your control. The Spartan ideal demanded mastery, and sickness ignored command. You couldn't outthink it, couldn't outwalk it, couldn't order it to leave. It existed beyond discipline, and that made it unbearable. You fought it by pretending it wasn't there. That was what everyone did. You saw others fall before you. Men who had once been stronger than anyone in the phalanx, now coughing blood into the dirt, their bodies shaking with exhaustion. They tried to keep moving, dragging themselves through drills until they collapsed. The officers didn't scold them. They simply stepped around them, assigning replacements. There was no cruelty in it, only the understanding that the line had to move. A man's body was his own responsibility. The city cared about endurance, not survival. When the sickness worsened, the senses began to dull. The sound of orders became faint. The edges of sight blurred. The cold no longer felt sharp, but distant, like a memory of pain. You found yourself moving slower, the rhythm slipping no matter how hard you tried to hold it. The man beside you glanced once, then looked forward again. He didn't speak. That silence was mercy. No one wanted to force acknowledgement of what both already knew. There was a moment near the end of one march when you realised that your body no longer belonged entirely to you. It moved by habit alone. The mind gave commands, but the limbs obeyed out of memory, not strength. You were walking because you always had, not because you still could. The exhaustion ran deeper than the muscles. It lived in the bones now, heavy and immovable. The body's betrayal was quiet, almost gentle. There was no sudden failure, just a slow erosion of control. You noticed it in small things. A delay in reaction, a stumble, a breath taken too late. The sickness didn't break you. It hollowed you out. You remained upright, still looked like a soldier, but the energy that once filled the shape was gone. You were an outline of discipline, moving through the motions of obedience. The officers eventually noticed, though they said nothing at first. They watched. That was their way. Observation before decision. When you fell again during formation, they helped you up, placed you back in line, and said only a single word. Continue. You did. There was nothing else to do. Later, when the fever became too visible to hide, they ordered you to rest at the edge of the camp. Rest wasn't a kindness. It was a pause before judgment. The city didn't value recovery the way others did. If you couldn't endure, you were replaced. But they also didn't waste a man's life without reason. If you could return, you would. You lay there for hours, staring at the grey sky, listening to the sound of others drilling in the distance. Each shout, each rhythm of feet on earth, reminded you of where you should have been. The body lay still, but the mind kept marching. The fever brought dreams. Strange, bright fragments of memory and imagination. You saw the hills around Sparta, the red cloaks drying in the sun, the sound of boys training in dust. You heard the rhythm of your instructors' voices, sharp and commanding. The dreams weren't comforting. They were reminders. You had been shaped to serve, and now the body that had carried that purpose was faltering. The realization stung worse than the illness itself. Some men recovered from such weakness. A few days of rest, water, and discipline could bring them back. But for others, the sickness became permanent. They lingered, weaker each season, unable to march at full pace. They became symbols of quiet failure, living lessons for the young. You feared that more than death. To live without function was worse than to die with purpose. When you began to recover, it wasn't triumph. It was slow, uncertain. The fever broke after days, leaving the body thin, hollow, and trembling. Every breath felt like work. You forced food down, though it had no taste. When you tried to stand, the legs shook under your weight. The others pretended not to see. Pity wasn't part of the code. They handed you your spear in silence, and you gripped it tightly to hide the weakness. The first march after illness was the hardest of your life. The air felt heavy, the armour unbearable. Every step pulled at your chest, but you refused to stop. The instructors used to say that the only cure for fatigue was motion. They weren't wrong. Each movement, though painful, reminded you that the body could still obey. The weakness remained, but the will had returned. You learned then that recovery wasn't about strength. It was about persistence. Not everyone survived sickness, but everyone faced it eventually. No amount of discipline could prevent it forever. The cold, the hunger, the exhaustion, they accumulated inside the flesh like slow poison. Some men's bodies simply decided one day that they had given enough. When that happened, there was no shame. The city didn't mourn in the way others did. Death from exhaustion was seen as a final form of service. The body expended completely in loyalty to order. You realized something during those long days of recovery. The Spartan ideal wasn't about perfection. It was about refusal. To be perfect was impossible. To refuse surrender was attainable. The body would always fail eventually, but the will could outlast it. Even as you lay shaking with fever, you never let go of that idea. That was the true discipline. Not control over the body, but control over despair. When you finally rejoined the line, no one welcomed you back. You simply took your place again, adjusted your cloak, and matched your step to the rhythm. The man beside you nodded once, the same silent acknowledgement that passed between all who endured. The sickness had left marks. Thinner arms, slower reflexes, a faint tremor in the hands. But it had also left understanding. You now knew what it meant to live at the edge of endurance. As the march resumed, the cold wind cut against your face. The pain was sharp, but it was familiar. You breathed it in, steady, controlled. The body was weaker than before, but the will was harder. The lesson of illness wasn't defeat, it was humility. You could command the body only until it reminded you that you were mortal. After that, all that remained was resolve. The instructors had never said it aloud, but every Spartan eventually learned the truth. The body was temporary, the discipline eternal. Flesh failed, but order did not. When exhaustion overtook you again in the future, and it always would, you would remember that first collapse and know it meant nothing. The body could fall, the will could not. And so the march continued. The breath steadied, the steps aligned, and the sickness became another story folded quietly into memory. The body had betrayed you once, but you had forgiven it. It had done what it could. The mind carried the rest. Returning home after a campaign was never what you imagined it would be. The thought of it had followed you through every march, every freezing night, every aching step across stone and snow. You pictured the warmth, the food, the sound of voices that didn't belong to soldiers. You imagined rest, even comfort, though you would never have admitted it aloud. When it finally came, when you crossed the last ridge and saw the valley of Sparta spread below in its muted colours, you felt nothing like relief. What you felt was confusion. The warmth hit you first. The air at lower ground carried softness you had forgotten existed. The cold that had been your constant companion slipped away without resistance, leaving you strangely exposed. You loosened the cloak automatically, though the movement felt wrong. The armour, once a second skin, suddenly trapped heat instead of preserving it. Sweat collected beneath the plates, where frost had once gathered. The body didn't know how to adjust. Comfort felt like disorder. The streets of the city looked smaller than you remembered. The walls seemed lower, the courtyards quieter. People moved slowly without rhythm, their steps uneven. You had lived among soldiers so long that civilian life appeared careless. The noise of laughter from the market stalls, the ease in people's gestures, the way they paused in the sun to talk. It all seemed foreign. You walked through it as if through a dream. The scent of baked bread, olive oil, and warm earth replaced the iron and smoke that had filled your lungs for months. The body reacted with unease. The muscles stayed tense, waiting for the order to move again. When you reached your home, the door felt unfamiliar under your hand. The wood was warm from the sun. You stepped inside cautiously, as though entering enemy ground. The quiet inside was heavy, unbroken by the constant sounds you'd grown used to. No clatter of armour. No voices, no commands. The stillness should have been soothing, but it felt empty. You set down the shield and spear in their place, but the gesture lacked meaning without the weight of duty behind it. The objects looked wrong, resting against the wall. The hearth still burned faintly. The first real warmth you had felt in months came from that small flame. You sat before it, slowly, uncertain what to do. The heat crept into your hands, up your arms, across your face. It stung at first. The body resisted, confused by the change. The skin flushed red where it had been pale for too long. The muscles loosened reluctantly, unsure whether they were allowed to rest. You stretched your fingers toward the fire and felt the ache of blood returning. The sensation was both pleasant and painful. You realized you had forgotten what simple warmth felt like. The sound of the city outside drifted in. Footsteps on stone, water being poured, the faint call of traders. Ordinary life continued as though war didn't exist. That, more than anything, unsettled you. You had lived for so long inside a world defined by endurance that this softness seemed fragile. You found yourself studying people as though they belonged to another species. They smiled too easily, spoke too freely, slept without armour beside them. You wondered how they managed to survive at all without the constant vigilance that had become your nature. At night, the bed felt strange. It was soft, too soft, the fabric smooth where you expected roughness. You lay still, trying to let your body sink into it, but it wouldn't. The muscles stayed alert, waiting for the cold, for noise, for orders. You turned the blanket aside, unable to bear the trapped heat. The air in the room felt thick, unmoving. You rose quietly and stepped outside into the cool night. The stars above were the same as on campaign, sharp and familiar. You breathed easier beneath them. The earth smelled different here. Warmer, less metallic, but real. You stayed there until fatigue won over confusion. Days passed slowly. The rhythm of civilian life refused to align with the discipline that had shaped you. People moved unpredictably, without command or coordination. You found yourself rising before dawn, out of habit, performing the same morning rituals without need. You stretched, checked your equipment, cleaned what no longer required cleaning. The neighbours watched but didn't comment. They knew what you were, and they left you to it. Food tasted different too. The richness of it was overwhelming. The first meal of roasted meat and wine sat heavy in your stomach, the flavours almost violent after months of rationed simplicity. You missed the blandness of campaign food, the black broth, the dry bread that required effort to chew. Spartan meals in the field had been harsh, but honest. Here luxury confused the senses. Pleasure had no discipline. Visitors came, old men who had once fought themselves, younger ones preparing for their turn. They asked questions about the campaign, about the cold, about the enemy. You answered simply, without embellishment. You told them what they needed to know. How to keep the fire low so smoke didn't reveal position. How to sleep sitting up to preserve body heat. How to walk until pain turned into rhythm. They listened, wide-eyed, imagining glory. You didn't correct them. They would learn soon enough that glory was silent, grey, and endless. The city celebrated the return of the army with ceremony, but it felt distant. The speeches praised endurance, discipline, sacrifice. Words that meant something different to those who had lived them. You stood among the crowd, hands still marked by the cold, the skin rough and scarred, and felt none of what they described. You weren't proud, and you weren't sorrowful. You simply existed, caught between two worlds that no longer fit together. Warmth, you discovered, had its own kind of weight. It softened the edges of memory, dulled the sharpness that had kept you alive. After weeks in comfort, the body began to forget the cold's discipline. The hands healed, the appetite returned, the limbs grew slower. You caught yourself relaxing, and the realization startled you. The warmth was erasing something. You began sleeping on the floor beside the fire, instead of in bed, wrapping yourself in your cloak. The hard surface and controlled heat felt closer to what you understood. Comfort had to be earned, even here. The old habits never left. You still woke at the faintest sound, still checked the corners of the room before lying down again. When others saw you do it, they smiled politely, assuming you couldn't let go of old fears. But it wasn't fear. It was identity. You had been shaped by vigilance, moulded by cold. To abandon that would be to abandon the self that had survived. The warmth made the mind wander in ways the cold never had. During the campaign, thought was simple. Endure, move, obey. Here thought expanded, filled with questions that had no place in a soldier's world. You wondered why you had survived when others hadn't, what it meant to live for endurance alone, what purpose remained now that there was no cold left to resist. The silence of home gave too much space for reflection. You began to understand why some soldiers volunteered for the next campaign before they had even recovered. It wasn't hunger for war, it was hunger for order. The city honoured veterans with respect, but not comfort. There were no rewards beyond acknowledgement. You didn't expect any. What you wanted wasn't luxury, it was meaning. The warmth dulled that too. The harder you tried to rest, the more restless you became. You missed the certainty of command, the rhythm of routine, the sense that every act, no matter how painful, had purpose. The quiet life lacked that. Children in the streets followed you sometimes, whispering about the scars on your hands, the way you moved without sound. They asked whether the cold had hurt, whether the armour had been heavy. You told them yes, and that it had been necessary. They didn't understand what that meant. Not yet. One day they would. Spartan life ensured it. You watched them play and saw the next generation already learning endurance in their games, already shaping themselves for what lay ahead. As seasons changed, the warmth grew natural again. The body adjusted, though slowly. The cold retreated into memory, but it never vanished entirely. It lingered in the bones, resurfacing at night when the wind shifted. Some mornings you woke with your hands numb, though the air was mild. The mind remembered what the flesh tried to forget. When word came of another campaign, you didn't hesitate. The warmth had been kind, but it had made you soft. You packed quickly, efficiently, as always. Cloak, armour, spear. The house felt heavier as you prepared to leave it, not from attachment, but from stillness. Movement was life. Stagnation was decay. Before you left, you stood once more before the fire. The flame's heat touched your face, and you thought about how strange it was to call warmth a luxury. Out there in the field, it would again become memory. But for now, it existed, real and immediate. You held your hands to it briefly, not for comfort, but acknowledgement, and then turned away. The cold awaited, and you no longer feared it. It was the one constant that never lied. When you stepped outside into the morning, the city was quiet, the streets empty. The air was cool but not harsh. You walked through it easily, the weight of armour familiar once more. The sun rose slowly over the mountains, casting long shadows that stretched ahead of you like paths. Each step felt deliberate, measured, right. The warmth of home faded behind you, replaced by the clarity of the road. You realised then that you didn't belong to either world entirely, not to comfort, not to hardship, but to the movement between them. As you joined the others waiting at the city's edge, you saw the same understanding reflected in their faces. They too had felt the disorientation of warmth, the unease of safety. Now, standing again in the cool dawn, they looked complete. The cycle had returned to its beginning. You lifted your shield, adjusted your cloak, and prepared to march. The warmth would wait for your return, unchanged, distant, and strange. For now, the cold was purpose again. The first step onto the open road felt like release, and the air grew sharper with each breath, the ground firmer underfoot. Behind you, the city still slept. Ahead the horizon stretched wide and grey. You didn't look back. The warmth had been a gift, temporary and foreign. The cold was home again, clear, honest, unyielding. The stories came later, long after the soldiers themselves were gone, after the armour rusted and the fields grew quiet again. People began to speak of how the Spartans slept. Not how they fought, which everyone already knew, but how they rested. It seemed impossible, the idea that men could close their eyes in the middle of frost and fear and find sleep as steady as breathing. Travellers spoke of it as if it were magic. Poets called it discipline. Philosophers said it was proof that control over the body could lead to control over the soul. None of them had ever felt that kind of cold. In Sparta, no one thought of it as legend. It was simply life. The way soldiers slept had never been a point of pride, only necessity. You lay down where you stood because there was nowhere else to go. The earth was the same everywhere, hard, cold, indifferent. But for those who heard the stories later, that indifference became something grander. They imagined the Spartan lying on frozen ground without flinching, without complaint, his mind as unyielding as the frost beneath him. They called it proof of moral strength. The truth was quieter. It had never been about strength. It had been about endurance. Endurance was the only thing that survived time. The monuments crumbled, the names faded, but the stories of how they endured remained. Children learned them in the agoge long before they were old enough to hold a shield. They heard about soldiers who marched barefoot through snow, who slept without fire, who woke without complaint. The instructors told these stories not to inspire pride, but to remind them what was expected. Pride was dangerous. Endurance was survival. Outsiders came to Sparta to learn its ways, but most of them failed to understand. They thought the discipline was cruelty, that the hardship was punishment. They didn't see that the purpose of all of it was calm. The stillness that came from accepting discomfort wasn't misery. It was freedom. A man who could sleep in the cold without hating it could not be controlled by fear or luxury. That was the secret the city had discovered long before others tried to imitate it. When other armies built shelters or carried furs, Spartans carried nothing but their cloaks. They said warmth made the mind slow. Their sleep became a kind of symbol, proof that they were closer to nature, harder, purer. The legend grew every time another city sent observers. They would return home and speak of men who lay motionless in frost, their breath rising in steady clouds, their faces calm as statues. They called it divine. In truth, it was practice. A Spartan slept lightly because his body had learned that stillness was safety. The term Spartan sleep eventually left the city itself. It became a phrase used by others to describe endurance beyond comfort. Philosophers used it to speak of virtue, commanders to describe discipline, poets to praise stoicism. They wrote of warriors who needed nothing, who carried peace within themselves even in war. The word carried truth, but only part of it. They saw the surface, not the years of training that made it possible. Within Sparta, the older men rarely spoke of those nights. They remembered them without sentiment, as facts of existence. But they did pass the habits forward. Even in peace, they taught their sons to sleep on hard ground, to cover themselves with only thin cloaks, to rest without warmth. They said it kept the spirit sharp. The boys complained at first, but the complaints faded. Over time, it became instinct. The body learned, and with it, the mind. The women of Sparta understood endurance too. They kept the city running while the men were away, bearing the same hardships in different forms. Scarcity, solitude, loss. Their discipline was quieter, but no less absolute. They raised children to see hardship as normal, to greet it without fear. The legacy of endurance wasn't only in the field, it was in the homes, in the way people spoke, in the rhythm of daily life. Years turned into generations, and the stories took on their own life. The details blurred, but the image remained the same. A Spartan soldier lying on the bare ground, wrapped in a thin cloak, sleeping without shiver or sound. To those who heard it, it sounded like myth. They imagined superhuman will, as if the men of Sparta were made of something stronger than flesh. But if you had asked one of those soldiers, he would have told you that it was nothing extraordinary. It was repetition. The cold came every night, and every night he met it the same way. Historians, centuries later, would try to explain it. Some said it was diet, the plain food that kept the body lean and resistant to extremes. Others said it was training, that the constant deprivation rewired their minds. A few said it was belief, that faith in the city made endurance easier. But none of them understood that it was all of those things and none of them. The Spartan way wasn't a system, it was a condition. Once you lived it long enough, it stopped feeling like choice. It became who you were. Archaeologists found remnants of their camps. Simple fire pits, shallow trenches, no trace of bedding or comfort. The earth held faint impressions where men had once lain side by side. Even after centuries, those marks spoke clearly. The alignment was perfect, the spacing exact. The discipline remained visible in the dirt. To anyone else, it looked like evidence of hardship. To Sparta, it would have looked like order. The concept of Spartan sleep spread far beyond the Peloponnese. Roman generals praised it, Stoic philosophers used it as metaphor, and later armies tried to imitate it. They believed that if their men could sleep like Spartans, they would fight like Spartans. But imitation missed the foundation. The Spartan didn't endure the cold to prove something. He did it because comfort had been erased from his expectations. Other soldiers saw deprivation as temporary. Spartans saw it as permanent truth. Even centuries later, the image endured. Artists painted scenes of soldiers under winter skies, their armour glinting faintly in moonlight, their faces calm in rest. Poets described the breath of men freezing in the air, each exhale a promise of loyalty. They romanticised what had once been ordinary. The cold, the silence, the stillness. It became beauty in their telling. The reality had been harder, but perhaps that was always the way of memory. The world turns pain into poetry when enough time passes. Within Sparta, the old men who had survived many winters became living symbols. They sat near the public mess, wrapped in their cloaks, faces carved by years of wind and frost. Children would ask them if it had been true, if they had really slept without fire, if they had truly felt no fear of the cold. The men would nod once and say only, "We did what was necessary." That answer satisfied no one, but was entirely complete. The legacy grew not because of how comfortable it sounded, but because of how impossible it seemed. People admired what they could never fully imitate. The idea of sleep without comfort, rest without warmth, discipline without complaint. It stood in contrast to everything human, yet that was precisely what made it powerful. It showed what the mind could become when it ruled completely over the body. In later centuries, when Sparta was gone and its walls broken, travellers still found the ruins cold even in summer. They wrote about it, how the air in that valley seemed sharper, how the wind carried an edge unlike anywhere else. They said the ground itself remembered. Some claimed that on winter nights, when the moon was bright and the world silent, they could hear faint echoes, the creak of armour, the soft exhale of men sleeping in formation. Of course, there was no proof of such things, but legends didn't need proof. They only needed belief. The idea of the Spartan sleep endured because it answered a question that people kept asking in every age. What does it mean to control oneself completely? The answer was never easy. For the Spartans, control wasn't about denying weakness. It was about accepting it without reaction. The cold didn't vanish, the hunger didn't fade, the exhaustion never stopped. What changed was the response. Stillness replaced struggle. That stillness became myth because few could imagine it. Teachers in distant cities began to use it as example. They told their students that Spartan warriors could rest in snow without shivering, that their hearts beat slowly even in battle, that their dreams were silent. Each detail added distance from truth, but the meaning stayed intact. The story reminded people of a time when endurance was virtue, when peace came not from comfort, but from control. For those who had lived it, the idea of legend would have seemed strange. No one in the ranks had thought of themselves as extraordinary. They didn't seek history's attention. They sought only to fulfill the expectations placed upon them. But perhaps that was why the story lasted. True endurance leaves no intention behind it. It simply continues, quietly, until others notice. When philosophers, centuries later, wrote about the strength of mind over matter, they often returned to the image of the Spartan at rest. They said his sleep represented the ideal state of balance, body subdued, mind calm, desire silenced. They imagined him lying beneath a cold sky, surrounded by his brothers, untroubled by pain or fear. To them, that was more than discipline. It was peace achieved through mastery. In truth, it had never been peace. It had been exhaustion so complete that the body no longer resisted the world around it. But even that exhaustion carried its own dignity. To meet hardship without anger, to meet discomfort without plea, that was its own kind of wisdom. The world saw legend, the Spartans saw habit. Both were right. Over time, the legend outgrew the city. Spartan sleep became a phrase for anyone who endured without comfort, who accepted hardship without complaint. It appeared in writings about sailors, philosophers, monks, and soldiers from other lands. Each borrowed the image to describe their own strength, but the origin remained the same. Those nights on frozen ground, when men closed their eyes, knowing the cold would still be there when they woke, and accepted it without protest. The legacy of endurance became larger than war. It became a lesson about existence itself, that control is not escape, that comfort is not victory, that peace can live inside struggle. The Spartans had never intended to teach the world anything. They had simply survived in the only way they knew how. The rest of the world turned that survival into a story. And so the image remained. Soldiers lying under a dark sky, cloaks drawn close, faces expressionless, the faint rhythm of breathing rising and falling in unison. The fire long dead, the cold pressing in, and still, rest. Not comfort, not sleep as others knew it, but rest enough to face another day. That was the legend that endured, the one that carried beyond centuries, whispered in admiration by those who could never truly understand it.